Yes.
We have an echo somewhere.
Can you turn the volume down just a bit? Is that better? Yes, that is
Okay,
better.
good. All right. Mr. Cantor?
Here.
Mr. Patchnick?
Here.
Ms. Wells?
Here.
Mr. Rowena?
Here.
Ms. Jordan Byron?
Present.
Mr. Rice?
Present.
Miss Langalis?
Here.
Mr. Mushak?
Here.
And it's nobody virtually, I'm assuming. I don't see Mr. Patches or Mr. Williams. No. So then Mr. Schulman.
Here.
We have quorum.
Okay, exciting evening, at least for me, and I expect for the rest of you as well. Tonight, we're holding what may be one, two, or more meetings to discuss and act on what we've heard from our consultants, our staff, and the public regarding a rewrite of the City of Norwalk zoning regulations and zoning map. This is a process that was begun almost 2 years ago. And it's my expectation that we will vote on the proposed regulations with or without changes based on these discussions. I want to remind the commission members as well as the public that any action we take is not going to be the end of this process. There are any number of items on which we will not be acting now. They include affordable housing. We're waiting for a study that's in progress. Workforce housing changes, potential resilience overlays, a Merit 7 overlay, and others. In addition, I think that despite our best efforts here, as we use these new regulations, we'll find that we may have missed things or even made errors. As a result, I believe we'll be coming back to these regulations over the next 6 to at least 18 months to correct oversights or errors, to add additional clarifications, or to take other actions to improve what has been a massive undertaking. I want to thank the staff for their Herculean effort and the commission members for their enormous patience with both me and the process that has required weekly meetings throughout the summer and into the fall. I also want to thank the public for their advice and patience throughout this process. As we begin our deliberations, while people can disagree, I believe that we have before us is a model of good government, both in the process we followed and in the final result. I expect it will serve the city for many years to come. We'll begin the discussion of each item still outstanding with an explanation from Steve Kleppen or his representative, followed by our own discussions. Staff are welcome to add to those discussions throughout the process. It's almost certain that, as in the past, we will not agree on every item. I hope that we can see beyond disagreement on individual items. And when it comes to the vote on the overall document and map, we can see beyond these differences and not abstain. In the final analysis, this is our document and map. Staff and consultants have done their work, as has the public at our meetings. But these are our documents. We have managed and massaged, added and subtracted, altered and rewritten. In my view, it is now our responsibility to make final edits and approve them. With that, We have one opening, and I'm going to seat Mr. Bryce.
Sure, and I believe Darius should be here momentarily too.
But okay, that's fine. I will seat Mr. Bryce in honor of the fact that effective January 1st, he will become a regular member of this body. And with that, excuse me, I've got to turn to my final page. To discuss the legal framework, I'd like to call on Attorney Mark Brantz, a private attorney who's been working with the staff on this project. Steve, you want to lead the way?
Certainly, and again, Attorney Brantz was brought in, you know, in hindsight, I always think about what would I have done differently in this big project, and I probably would have had outside counsel from day one. I think they would have expedited things quite a bit. But Attorney Brantz was very gracious enough to hop in kind of in the middle of the process for us and correct a lot of things where we had kind of gone off the rails a little bit, brought things back and really helped us put some fine points on a lot of the issues we were talking about. And we felt it was probably a good idea to have him speak to you guys tonight before we really dive into the deliberations to talk about certain things like eligibility to speak, who's seated, also about, you know, what would happen if there was an appeal. Hopefully that's not the case. I don't know if it's likely or not, but you know, what happens at that juncture? What are the next steps once you guys do make a decision on going forward? You know, making sure we, you know, cross the T's and dot the I's on this. So I'll turn it over to Attorney Brantz. And again, if any of you have any questions of Attorney Brantz, please, you know, please do so.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for having me. Mr. Kleppman asked me to sort of give you sort of the ground rules, I suppose, of deliberations. So I'll just sort of lay those out for you. The adoption or amendment of zoning regulations is what's called a legislative act under administrative law. It is your highest level of discretion. A commission can almost never be compelled to amend or non-amend its regulations. So you have a great deal of discretion here. An appeal based on someone disagreeing with what you wrote or didn't write is almost impossible to win. So nothing that I say this evening should be construed as recommending that you approve or not approve anything, because that is entirely within your discretion. In terms of voting, once you begin formal deliberations, the composition of those voting is locked. I notice that you seated an alternate this evening. Once you begin deliberations, that alternate will continue even if the full member returns. Once you start deliberations, the panel is fixed. It's the cases have compared this to a jury. When you have alternate jurors and the presentation of evidence closes and they begin their deliberations, the alternate jurors are actually sent home. They're not even there. In your situation, they may be there, but if they are not seated, they may not speak, they may not vote. So only seated members participate once you begin deliberations. One of the things I want to hit on, Mr. Chairman, that you said, I've been involved in a great many of these comprehensive revisions. I absolutely promise you that over the course of the next few months, year or so, you will find things that you want to fine tune. It is almost impossible not to. And I've seen that in very small towns and in very large towns. It doesn't matter. There's always going to be something that's in a new regulation that you need to fine tune. So be alert to that, and don't feel that you failed yourselves or failed your electorate in some way. You didn't. The longest of these processes that I took lasted almost 11 years. 11 years to do a comprehensive revision. And it was because each time they would reach a certain point, they would think of something else. They wanted to talk about something else. And I thought we would never finish, but we finally did. So just be aware, think there will be things you're going to want to fine tune going forward. If there is an appeal of your decision, whatever it may be, first of all, the appellant is going to have to show standing. That can be very difficult to do. In order to establish standing, an appellant would have to show that something about this new regulation affects them in a way that is different from all the other people in Norwalk. That, of course, is hard to do in a comprehensive revision. If there is an appeal, this regulation will still go into effect. It will be valid until a judge declares it otherwise. So you will not be in limbo. If you do adopt this, it will become effective upon the effective date that you set. The motion that Mr. Kleppen has drafted for you does have an effective date. That effective date can be any date you pick, except that effective date must be after the date of the legal publication when you publish notice of your decision. You are allowed to make changes to what you've advertised based on comments that you received at the public hearing. There's a couple of great court cases that talk about what an odd exercise a public hearing would be if you were unable to make changes based on the things that you heard. However, as a general rule, you should not make anything more restrictive or more of a change than what you advertised. You can make a lesser change or a lesser regulation from what you advertised, but there's always the possibility. I mean, if you set a particular zone as having a quarter acre minimum lot size, and then you decide to make it half an acre, it's possible someone looked at this and said, well, quarter acre, I can live with that. I'm all right. Then you make it half acre. Now they would have been concerned. But if you go the other way, you say, well, half acre, we're going to make it less. Then you quarter acre, you can make it less. That less of a change than it is today, you can still do that. If particular questions arise, I'm happy to respond to them. I'll be with you. But I think those are the basic rules. Were there other things, Mr. Kleppen, you wanted me to address?
Not offhand, but I'll turn it over to the commission if they have specific questions.
Go ahead, Anna.
So when deliberations start, I cannot speak. So deliberations have not started yet?
No, deliberations won't start until Mr. Kleppen starts talking about the flood regulations.
Okay.
But once you begin deliberations, an unseated alternate can no longer speak because the public hearing is
I can't
closed.
keep myself from talking. It's a personality quirk. I may try to take this from my phone so I can put myself on mute. Okay. Right. Don't want to ask, I don't want to interrupt.
Understood.
Okay.
I have a related question. Can we ask either you or staff questions during our deliberations?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
We can't raise new issues or give you new information, but we can comment on anything that you've heard during the public hearing or anything that's been presented for the public for consideration.
thank you.
Anna, I'd ask that you not leave
Okay.
because we have a regular member who is not yet here. If he doesn't show up soon, I will seat you in his place.
Okay.
Darius isn't here yet, though.
Yeah, there's a permanent vacancy on the commissions. An alternate was getting seated regardless. Now you might have to seat two alternates.
Brian, can I ask you to run downstairs and just see if Darius happens to be in the wrong place?
Yeah, hopefully we're not.
I can just text it.
Here's the word.
No. Are there currently any other questions for Attorney Brands?
In the
I
case,
said, I'll be here if you think of something.
I hopefully have a quick one. In the case of an appeal, would the issue be severable, or would it cause a revert of the entire rewrite? I don't know if I used the right legal jargon there.
It would depend on what the appeal was.
Okay,
I mean, if someone, I know this I mean, I've reviewed this regulation. I'm confident there's nothing in it that's illegal. But it has what's called a severability clause. So someone could challenge just one piece of it, or they could challenge the entire thing. We wouldn't know until we saw the appeal.
sure. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Darius is online now. Darius is on virtually.
Okay. Darius, are you attending the meeting virtually?
Yes, I am. How's it going, everyone?
Okay, it's going fine. Then I want to recognize that we now have a full slate. Anna, if you wish to give, I understand.
I will be paying attention to that.
I would be leaving during the break. Don't you want to sit someone else?
No, if you're, I can't do that. Okay, then let's begin with the flood regulations.
Sure. Let me just text Brian to tell him to come.
Okay,
Our plan was for me to go through and then Brian to live edit while we're doing that. So I'll tell him to come back. But we can get started. Mr. Chairman, so I think I can pull up the memo that staff had put together, that was sent out yesterday. I think it's up on the screen. And I think what I'll do is I'll go right to the table, probably, it's the truncated table that was in the memo.
Right.
And not the full table with all the backup. That's probably zoomed in more than we need. That's still pretty good, hopefully.
can still read it, but I wouldn't go any smaller.
Okay. There's a couple more properties that are down below, but I can scroll down. So how the table kind of works is for everyone's benefit is on the left-hand side, there are several properties, and many of these were talked about at the prior meeting, or we got correspondences related to them and the concerns raised by folks about the effect of the flood regulations and the proposed changes. I would want to point out that there were some comments, and I'm not saying all, but there were some comments that I think people didn't realize that we already had flood regulations, that these almost were a brand new thing we were looking at. The idea was this probably happened very early in the rewrite process. There was actually concern raised by, it was many times property owners as well as some realtors that had concerns about the existing flood regulations, and they wanted changes made to those because based on the Norwalk standard is very strict. We take a very long look back at how we determine the year of inception for the floodplain regs. So, at the time we said, all right, we understand your concerns, and the mayor had expressed concerns as well. But we said, you know what, we're in the middle of this rewrite. Why don't we just incorporate any changes to the flood regs into the rewrite? So that's kind of how we got to this stage. So the first column on the left where it says existing, that is available budget that is in effect with the existing regulations. So right now our existing regulations have a look back period to 1978 as kind of the start date, which was the date that really Norwalk started looking at the flood regs. The revised proposal, which is the green column where it says current proposed, it has a 10-year look back at a 25% threshold, which allows an improvement of, based on the 10-year look back period, which would be 10 years from the date that you ultimately adopt the regulation. So it could be March 1st of 2014 could be a potential look back date. So you can see from the existing regulations to the proposed modification, there's an increase in the allowed budget. I'm just looking at the top line of 11 Park Lane for now. You'll see similar results on most of these. You'll see that 11 Park Lane has an increase of about $12,000 in available funds from what they could do. Staff was also playing around with a modification of that 10-year 25% rule, which as opposed to looking at it as straight 10 years, we would look at it within that 10-year window of the date of first construction. So say if somebody did a project in 2018, that would be their start date versus the 2014 date. And if they did no work in that 10-year timeframe, the 10-year clock would start ticking at the current market value. If that makes sense. So say they haven't done any work from 2014 to 2024, the date you adopt the regulations, they would look at the current market value. But then that's when their new triggers hits for the next 10-year period, if that makes sense. What you see there on that 11 Park Lane example is, so from the existing to the draft that was sent out for public consideration, there was a little less than $12,000 in additional funds. Looking at it for the revised metrics, it goes up another 15,000. So that's a change. I'm doing some math in my head here of about $26,000 increase over existing to, I'll call it revised proposed. And just for kind of edification purposes, there was a lot of comment heard of how come we're not doing things like the surrounding towns, and all the surrounding towns are not using the same formula. FEMA sets a minimum we could do, and then we're not allowed to be less strict than what FEMA says. So we looked at, just for argument's sake, we looked at a 5-year 50% threshold. And you can see with the 5-year 50% threshold, even under our, I'd say, further loosened up look at this, there was a 50% increase just looking at 11 Park Lane. And what that does is that's reset every 10 years. So staff's opinion and recommendation is, and again, this is all your discretion on what you want to do. If you open it up to something like the 5-year 50%, you're basically resetting it every few years, and they can pretty much have carte blanche to do what they want. And I don't think you're going to achieve flood compliance in most of those situations. Now, some people might have significant means where they could, including raising the budget into a project that had like a $500,000 budget or something like that. That's, I don't think those folks are as cash strapped as others, but if somebody's on, a more tight budget and a more modest house and a modest lot, that the raising cost becomes more significant. But staff's kind of, thinking about this, and we did have other conversations with some other folks about this as well. It's like, are we actually doing them any favors by letting them improve a house without making it flood compliant? Are we exacerbating the problem? Are we putting them at more risk by doing that? So that's kind of why staff's recommendation is, we think the initial proposal was a step in the right direction. The revised proposal also loosens it up even further. And again, there's different variations you could play with this. You could do 10 years, 30%, 10 years, 35%. And obviously, as you bump up that percent, the available budget bumps up with that. So that's kind of what we did in a nutshell. We did attach a separate spreadsheet that had more detailed information just on how these calculations came about, because it's pretty complex, especially the complexity really comes in with the existing regulations, because you have to pull a lot of permits. I think the revised proposed regulation makes it much simpler for staff and the public, because they can just look at what that value is based off the tax assessor information. It's not looking back at permits. It's not pulling old field cards. It's a lot less stringent and should be a more straightforward process going forward. I think that kind of wraps up.
But what's the last column is that another town's?
That's kind of like what similar to what other towns do.
Got it.
Some towns do 3 years, 50%, some do 5. Greenwich does. Greenwich is the only one that I think is close to us in terms of being stringent, but there's different variations.
Steve, I think the way this chart is worded or numbered, if you will, it doesn't really show what the assessed value is. So it's just saying, oh, well, they have this much left, and where did you get that? I agree with using the assessed value and not, if you're going to erase any permits that have been pulled in the past, starting in the year that we approved this new rewrite, correct? So I think people are going to say, well, is 25 punitive compared to 50, or is it better? You see what I mean?
Yeah, it's,
It's like backward, the way I've been thinking about it.
so the 11 and the 7 Park Lane are, when we looked at those are small structures, so the assessed value of those is not very high, which I think is what leads to that number being low. So and then especially when you start comparing it to some of the ones below, there's, significant change and significant increase in some of the available funds. And again, it's a difficult exercise to understand as well, just because some properties do work or have done work and some have not.
Right. Well, I think in general, given my profession as a Realtor and working in the flood zone, I had a pretty good understanding of what it was. 50% of the assessed value without, if there were no permits pulled from going back to either 1978 or when the house was built, let's just say in 2000, and no permits were pulled, it would have been what the assessed value was in 2000. If somebody had taken 50,000 worth of a permit, let's just say it was worth 300,000, then it would have been 250. So you started with that number and then you take half of it and that's what's left. This chart to me seems like you're saying you're 25%. One would think that's punitive because it's less than 50%. So therefore you have less to work with versus 75%.
Right, but I think what the key thing there is you can see in the first row is that the initial budget line under, and I'm using the.
Right, the top line of the,
Yeah,
of the property.
so yeah, so just by using the existing regulations, that 11 Park Lane presently has a budget and based on what the circumstances were with that particular property.
Right, yep.
They had about 25,000 available. Under the proposed consideration, that bumps up to 36,000. So they're gaining about $11,000. And then with the additional modification that staff thinks is, our opinion is it's still of thinking our big picture, thinking of trying to make sure, thinking about resilience, thinking about safety in the flood zone, that loosens it up even more. So that bumps it from 24,800 to 51,500. So it's about a $26,000 increase over the current. So that, if you think about the 25 to 26,000, depending on the house. So like a smaller house, 25,000 for a roof goes much further than a bigger footprint. So that's the idea that we're thinking.
And the revised proposed is based on market value, not assessed value, correct?
No.
The 25% threshold MV.
It's based on the definition, which is the definition of market value. Which I think is.
Well, who's gonna
Right.
determine the market value?
Yeah, it's the assessed.
Assessed,
Yeah.
right? So this chart, it shouldn't probably say MV, it should say assessed,
Okay.
right? So I respectfully, whoever created this, I think it's not a great example.
But I think market value has this definition. So that's why it's.
Yes, but then didn't I read in some of our documents that we were going to go with assessed value? And I think in the letter that somebody put together. Anyway, I think this should be reworded, reworked, and in reality, these costs, while they might look like a lot on paper, when somebody goes to do work on their home today, I can use an example of a property that I'm selling. It's a 1923 house. It has a stone foundation and the back of the four sides of the house is exposed. It's $50,000 to $100,000 renovation just to fix this original stone wall. Now, we certainly want somebody to fix their stone wall. This property isn't in the flood zone, but I'm giving you that example because costs to do things are so much higher than they were, let's just say pre-pandemic. Now we just got the revals. Everybody that owns a property here received that. So now the numbers are actually so much higher on the values of people's structures, on average like 30%.
That will bump up their budget, presumably, correct?
It will, but the cost of everything has gone
What
up
would you bump it up to?
equally.
Like, what would you change that to 30%?
No,
Because we're in the, I think we can, let's start tweaking. Like,
Yeah.
what would you do it?
I would go back 5 years and do the 50%. Because I think it's more realistic. And if somebody's going to put a big addition on their house, then obviously they have the resources to do it. I mentioned at the meeting, last time we discussed this item, the low-lying fruit and make people, if they're replacing or adding air conditioning, to get the mechanicals out of the flood zone rather than having to lift the whole house in order to do that. Because that's a substantial improvement. If you need a new boiler, that's a substantial improvement. So have some sort of technical things that people can do to get the mechanicals out of the flood zone. And then things like roof replacement, siding replacement, mechanical things that need replacing on a more regular
Sure.
basis.
But do you need the 50% 5 year to do that? Because that would be every 5 years you get 600K to do work.
No, you don't necessarily get an additional amount.
Over 30
every
years.
year. It's still the same amount. If you,
No, it's
if
not.
your value stays the same, it's gonna be the same
The
amount.
different proposals would be in the first proposal, if we look at revised proposal, over the 30-year window, you get 150K to do work. In the one that you just said, the 5-year 50%, you'd get 600K allowable work. Am I reading that correctly?
You are.
Okay. That's the number, that's the delta there. And then I think the question is, we require for multifamily units to be super flood compliant, putting in a lot of work. What's the right equity balance here of single family homes to do that? I'm totally on board with raising the threshold there so people can do the work that they need to do on their homes. I just don't know if the 5.
Yeah, I think,
50%.
I think how Tammy had it was right. So it's not you're not getting $600,000 in that 5 years. That's a cumulative.
No, for the 30
over
years, you get
30 years, but
600K.
you don't like each 10 years, if you don't spend. to your
No, it
point,
doesn't,
You don't.
doesn't compound on itself, but in 30
that's
years, I
six-
could spend 600K.
Look, the bottom,
Over 30 years.
the bottom line here is the staff is trying to establish a balance between allowing people to make necessary changes or
Totally.
improvements in their homes and encouraging people to raise their homes to be flood compliant.
Totally.
I think that you're going to substantially limit the number of people who choose to put their houses in flood compliance with 5-year 50%. Frankly, I think the 10-year 25%. I mean, it's a very substantial increase over what was initially proposed. It's even a significant increase over the current proposal that we have before.
You're saying the revised proposed.
Exactly, the revised proposal. I think frankly, it's reasonable. And I want to encourage people to be able to both stay in their homes and to seriously consider making them flood compliant. You know, if someone invests $600,000 over 30 years in their home and then gets hit by a flood and their house is not compliant, what have we done to help them? We haven't done, if anything, we may have encouraged them to act irresponsibly.
Why is that our job to help them? I mean, people should be able to make their own decisions.
Well, they are making their own decision. We're simply trying to encourage them to go in a particular direction.
But we're trying to encourage them to go into a particular direction by telling them that they aren't capable of making an intelligent decision, that we should legislate to them whether they want to take a chance on a flood or not. I have a real problem with the zoning department telling people, you know, what they should do. I understand that we're trying to encourage FEMA compliance. But if there was some relationship between becoming FEMA compliant and what the value of a house is, then I would see it.
There is.
Isn't there?
Yeah, there is. There's a big relationship. It costs $300,000 to lift the house up.
No, but I mean, if I were gonna buy a house, I would buy a FEMA compliant houses versus a house that's not being.
But you're gonna find that there's not a correlation between the value of that. In other words, you're not gonna pay $300,000 more for a FEMA compliant house just because of that. And the brokers will tell you
How
that
do we
it's because the statistics are there, I believe. Am I right, Tammy?
Well, respectfully, a house that has been fully lifted will sell for more money than a house that is in the flood zone.
Yeah,
But
But not 100 cents on the dollar more.
not necessarily, but potentially. But I think what none of us sitting here realize, it sounds great for us to say, yeah, you gotta lift your house because we think you should protect your investment. It is a major undertaking. It's not like putting in new windows or putting on a new roof. You have to move out of your house for a minimum of a year. You have to rent somewhere else. You have to, I mean, it's not a simple thing. Like, we've seen people come before us in our meetings where they are lifting and they're doing a substantial renovation. So they're undertaking, like the Samus Street case that we had maybe a month ago. Those people, those homeowners decided to make a significant improvement to their house and they wanted to make it more flood resilient. The average person living in this, let's just say the $500,000 or $600,000 house, has to borrow money to do this lift, and they have to pay for it all at once. So they have to have $300,000 or $250,000. I've seen them go up to $450,000. They have to have that money in the bank, and they might be able to get a home equity loan, but they have to pay for that while they do the work up front. That is a burden to the vast majority of homeowners. It's not just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put on a new roof. I mean, that might be $15,000. And for some people, maybe they just write a check, but for other people, it's a significant investment in their property. So to keep these numbers more equitable and to keep, we want people to improve their homes. You don't want people living with roofs that are, leaking, or windows that are bad, or siding, or not insulating, or having old air conditioner compressors or old boilers. People need to be able to maintain their home. And if they can't maintain it if they think taking a permit out is going to limit their value to do something down the road, then they're just not going to take a permit. I mean, we see that in the real estate industry.
So you're saying, let's take this first example. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yep.
that In 30 years, putting $150,000 improvements into a home is not sufficient.
Well, Nick, what I'm saying is it doesn't take 30 years to do the lift. You have to do the lift.
No, this is before the lift. So you
Right.
can do 150, right? My understanding, you can do $150,000 of improvement before we even have to talk about a lift. That's what we're saying, is we're trying to find the threshold before the lift is required.
And there's a reset
Well,
period.
And the
Right, so
reset period.
the reset period is helpful and before, pardon me, because part of my thinking is that we don't have this new reset date, so.
Yeah, no, it's improved, it's better, but
Right,
You-
it is better. I will say it is better, but it's not,
would you split the
Perfect.
baby there and do 10 years, 50%? Like this, in
That,
between
I
the
think-
two?
yeah, that might be better.
Correct me if I'm wrong. After a flood, if we have a bad experience, doesn't that affect our FEMA eligibility and the FEMA rates for the rate pay for the folks who are trying to insure their homes?
I mean, you can get flood insurance through FEMA, depending on how many claims you make against it, depends on your premium. And then there is private flood insurance on the private market, which you pay more to.
The other thing I'm concerned about is I remember stories about a woman being evacuated. She was pregnant and had to be evacuated by the fire department out of her house in Rowayton when the Five Mile River flooded. I mean, this is not just property damage in floods. This is people's safety that's at stake.
Well, I mean, people's safety, I don't think this is about people's personal safety, Galen. This is about an investment in their home. And one can get flood insurance through FEMA, but if you have too many claims, FEMA's going broke. So that's what we're trying to
Besides the
solve,
insurance
FEMA
issue,
going
people
broke.
are having trouble getting insurance on the coast across the country, and I think that's everyone's gonna that reckoning is gonna come. and it's gonna be a disaster, but put that aside for now, today's conversation to a degree, unless there's some impact there. So like, just to move the conversation along, like, do we want to meet in the middle there? Or does that make sense for folks?
If we were to meet in the middle, what do we think about the 5-year cumulative with the 25% threshold? So keeping the 25% the same, but have it be a 5-year cumulative period instead of a 10-year cumulative period.
Does it change the numbers at all?
It did a little bit in the spreadsheet that was sent. And so over a 30-year period for one of these properties, it looks like it was at 318,000 instead of 642,000. But over the 5-year period remained the same as what is the revised proposed. So it stayed at 53,000, which over a 5-year period, I think is a healthy maintenance budget, and allows folks to take care of a roof, take care of some windows, fix up part of a bathroom, and resets every 5 years. So it lets you take care of, if you just bought a new house that wasn't compliant and you need to fix the roof and you also need to fix your windows. That's projects you could take on in that 5-year time frame-ish.
So I have a question, just to piggyback off of Richard's concern. So can this be opt-in if a party decides, well, I want to opt out of this policy, I want to take my chances and just, nope, this is a federal mandate?
Right.
It'd be like someone opting out of the building code
Yeah.
and saying, screw it, wired hardwired, and it goes up in flames, that's on me. We don't allow that.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
If you don't have a mortgage, you don't have to have any type of insurance or flood insurance. But if
Right.
you have a mortgage, they require you to have flood insurance.
Right.
And also, I just want to make sure that we're all thinking, houses that are in the flood zone are not just along Long Island Sound. There are houses in the flood zone by rivers and other, moving bodies of water. So it's not just people that live down along the coast that are impacted by this.
Does staff have any comments on the 5-year cumulative period, 25% threshold? I saw it was in the last column on the spreadsheet. Didn't know if there was any thoughts there.
Yeah, I think we did already. Were you talking about how you proposed to revise it or the 5?
Sorry, in the Excel spreadsheet that was,
It's in column V on the
Yeah.
spreadsheet already,
Oh, on the big, not.
not on the
this
memo.
Example, Steve, the big spreadsheet.
Oh, sorry, I'm share screen, so I can't.
Yeah,
oh,
what's that? big- What's that called?
well, reference.
I can share my screen too if we want.
Yeah. That would be good.
Yeah, I think the 5-year reset just may give a little more flexibility.
Do you want me to pull
doesn't
that up? I can-
drastically.
It's probably, give me a sec, I can share that.
Thank you.
way.
And then Tammy, Dan, correct, market value, it's appraised value.
Appraised value.
Yeah, not assessed.
But so my understanding that Chapin, that would be so budget over 30 years is still 3.
You're gonna have to blow that up. Steve.
I'm getting.
Yeah, so over 30 years would be 318,000 for that first property as an example here. But even scrolling through,
Right. Thank you.
from what I can gather, it seems like the revised proposed and 5-year cumulative, they match in the initial budget value. But the over the 30-year period is not as substantial. And so I think it might strike more of a balance for what we're looking for, and also give homeowners the flexibility they need to address issues maintenance wise.
Let's get some feedback on that from the commission members.
5-year, 25%, you're saying, right?
Correct. Yep. So it's splitting the baby as we said before, but differently. It's on years instead of percentage.
And
I'm not opposed
that's
to
the
it.
last column?
Uh,
Okay.
Victor.
Go ahead, Darius.
I just stated that I am not opposed to it,
Okay, thank you.
putting the baby on this.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr.
All
Chairman,
right.
Sorry. for that.
I want, could somebody just run through the numbers? I can't see this screen.
Sure, Steve.
On that, on Bryce's, that was Bryce that said.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Is that more legible?
It's just my eyeballs. I can't.
It's a tough document too.
Yeah, it's got a lot to it. I'm trying to think of a good way to.
You got
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Make it bigger, I'm just having trouble with these colors.
Yeah.
It's a very hard document to
You want to
manipulate.
compare it to, what? Yeah, let me share.
Brian, the appraised value in here is the appraised value like last week, not the new appraised value that everyone just got?
Right.
Okay. We'd assume everyone's numbers are already going up. Oh. The worst of this one.
Yeah, as big as possible. How's that? You minimize row one as well.
So which one of these is the one that Bryce proposed?
One all the way to the right. I'll try.
The pinkish
Yeah,
red
Yeah,
color,
B.
brown, now brown line, V, thank you.
yeah, for that house in particular. But that one had a high budget all around. I think that had an appraised value of 1.1.
Yeah, can you pull, Brian, maybe, do we have those Park Lane ones in there? Grab one of those. Right, since we're already talking about those. Yeah, that might have been added on to the sheet after too.
Here we go.
There's 6.
That might-
parcels.
So they would have, essentially the same, they'd have like the same budget starting out because you're starting off at the 25%. So your budget compared to the 10-year look back versus the 5-year look back at the start is going to be the same. But you're going to reset twice as often, so you'll be able to essentially do twice as much work in that 10-year period.
So the total value in the 30 potentially is 144 to 288.
All right, why don't we just do a kind of straw poll? We,
I'll support the 5-year, if you're.
okay,
Yeah. Yeah, easily.
Tammy?
I'm contemplating,
sorry.
come back to me, please.
Okay, Mike?
Sounds like a reasonable compromise to me.
Okay, I think so as well. JJ?
Yes, I agree, and also to change from the paperwork from market value to appraised value.
Right. Richard?
And when is the appraised value gonna be set?
So that's one of your determinations, but how it was proposed is it would be a new market value based on today. So you take today's market value, which helps us out too, because now we're not going back and field cards from.
So I just want to confirm then what Nick's question was, when we're saying today, we're not talking about the notices we got in the mail over the last week.
Well, would it not be a good idea to say from the last revow,
That's what I think.
that language?
It's gonna be a
That
higher,
is-
it's gonna be a higher number.
It's a
It will,
5.
it'll benefit the homeowners.
Yeah,
Well, it's a 5-year, it's a 5-year reset every 5 years.
that's what you're paying taxes on.
Why didn't we just say that from the latest,
Valuation. Yeah,
because it's always going to change.
right. It
Right.
might change. It
Okay.
might not, but it probably will.
Is it assessed value as in 75%
No.
or appraised
Yeah,
as
so
for the city?
I stand correct. It's appraised value.
Appraised value.
Okay,
70% of the assessed, appraised and assessed. We got them.
2 A's. to go.
Well, I know what the differences are between them, and what we're talking about is what the city's appraisal is of the property. That's gonna be the number, and whatever percentage we pick is what it's gonna be.
that's
Right.
correct.
Mhm.
Galen?
I guess the 5-year proposal makes sense to me.
Okay. And Nick? And Nick agrees. I'll come back to you, Tammy.
Thank you. Yes, I can go along with that.
Okay,
And Darius, you're still no objection to that as well?
I agree, I concur with the consensus of the group. Yes, no objection.
okay, good. Let's move on to EVTZ standards.
Mr. Schulman, just for the benefit of the audience, could I ask that somebody, says what EVTZ stands for? We have a lot of initials and some
Sure.
of us might be familiar, but the audience might not know
Steve?
what we're talking about.
Why don't you just explain that as you're discussing this?
Sure, so this topic is related to East Norwalk Village TOD zone, which was adopted in 2021. Within that set of regulations, there is a point metrics system set up where if an applicant achieves a certain number of points, they're eligible for additional density and height. There's two tiers. If you achieve tier one, you get a certain density. If you achieve tier two, then you get even an increased density. That system was put in, and I think we saw it on two different applications. There were some good benefits to it, but there were some things that we found that probably were not achieving the desired effect. So we modified it, probably had 3 or 4 times since the initial conversations occurred. So the version that was sent out a couple of weeks ago is the kind of like last working version of it. Just for kind of background information and picking up on some of the things we talked about at the very beginning of the evening, there's really no change in the total, or no change proposed in the total number of points required to achieve the different densities or heights, but just some items that were previously eligible or no longer eligible, and now may be required. There are new items that qualify for points, trying to think about it in terms of just some more realistic scenarios based on the different sites that we've seen to date. So some of this we've talked about already, so I don't want to spend time unless I'm happy to scroll down through, line by line if you like, or just for edification, the blue text is the latest text that you guys looked at, but never really kind of came to a conclusion on. So it's probably a good idea if you guys looked at those and said yay or nay or change, and then we can adjust accordingly. So
That public restroom was new.
correct. Yeah, that was I think that was a commission suggested inclusion.
I wish Anna was here to talk about it.
I
Yeah,
have Anna's language, I think, is verbatim down.
So are we gonna go over these one by one, Mr. Schulman?
yeah,
I think we can do the ones with the blue.
exactly.
The blue text, so
Yep.
it won't be too poisonous.
I don't know about the bath. What are folks' views on the bathroom one? Is that really a public value, like?
Oh,
trying-
yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Nick, you're not old enough, someday.
And if I understand right, these are maximum points that we could award. So if we think a proposed bathroom is only worth 1 point in this category, we could award 1 instead of 3. Is that correct?
Yes, however, I'm not hearing you saying you're opposed to 3.
Right.
But installing a public toilet is a huge undertaking because it requires almost constant cleaning. So there are attendant operating costs associated with it. So at least in my view, I think it ought to be 2 or 3 points.
Yeah, you can, whatever you feel is the appropriate number of points, but I think that if we need to clarify that header at the top of that column, we should do so now, but I think the intent would be that it is 3 points. If it said 1-3, then I think that's where you would have flexibility to say it's 1 point, 2 point, or 3 point. I wouldn't like to do that because then you have to have criteria to say,
Right.
this one should be a 1, this one is a 2, this one is a 3. The idea with the maximum of 3 is that you can't put in 4 stalls and say, I want to get 6.
Right.
I think that's what the cap is for.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
Could you give us an example, please, of where these might go in something that we've recently approved? For example, would would the people at 1 Cemetery Street be required to put in a public restroom, or not required, but given points if they put it on their property? Would the Sono Elementary School be required to put one on their property? Would, the people that put the pickleball courts, either the public property on Woodward Avenue or the place that we approved for the enclosed, where would these go? I'm not opposed to public restrooms at
Right.
all, but I'm just like, where are we gonna randomly put these?
So it's only eligible for properties that are in the EVTZ, which is basically East Avenue from 95, from the exit 16 down to Cemetery Street. That's, if you recall, that zone, new zone that was created a couple years ago. So it's really just that area there. So, Sono School is not applicable, the pickleball court's not applicable. So for example, 1 Cemetery Street could be something where if the whole grand scheme came to fruition and we got that public dock in the back there that we hope to get funding for. So if that was created and there was a retail space or something off there, there could be a public restroom that was open during normal business operating hours where the public's welcome to go in and use that facility.
So
And again, per the chairman's comments, they have to maintain that too. So there's risk, cost, and liability associated.
So it's not specifically on public property that might abut one of these new projects. It's on any private property somebody would want to do that.
If
They
wanna
would,
get-
yeah, you're not forcing them to do it, but
Right.
it's something they could do if they chose to.
Okay, thank you.
And Steve, if they did do that, did choose to do that, part of the permit process would be the maintenance and cleaning of it and all that?
Yeah, then I think that's where your conditions of approval on any, because it's a special permit application to keep in mind. So you would say, you could belts and suspenders reiterate what they're required to do with that facility.
Steve, a restaurant is probably obligated to have a restroom. If a restaurant chose, for example, to open that restroom to the public, seems a little unlikely, but if they did, might that qualify?
Then I think that's when your discretion on the special permit comes into play. Say
Okay.
this doesn't pass the smell test because they're just, it's very hard in that scenario for staff to, no. Under that scenario, it's very tricky for staff to enforce that because we don't know if the restaurant's actually going to then bar people from coming in and doing it. So
Right.
I think it would need to be almost like a separate facility or like a separate, outdoor door that was accessible to
Right.
the public amenities or something like that.
So all of the gas stations in the area are going to be gigantic because they all have these toilets. Okay, let's move on.
Okay. Next one, very quick, related modifications to bike rack, and then this next one down is bike repair station. Just reiterating, for the bicycle racks, has to be able to accommodate 5 bikes. You're allowed to do 1 per site. You get 1 point per that for either one of those, and they're available to the public. So we do have requirements sometimes for multifamily to provide bicycle parking, and they may do so anyway. They're not getting credit for that. This is in and above that.
I have a comment about wider sidewalks, but we can come back to that after this. Yeah, that was one of my questions, was about the private bicycle racks. And also, I think some of our retail might also require bike racks moving forward. And so I worry about like a ground floor use that might be retail conflicting with this and being quote unquote 3 points. I'm not sure how others feel about that. I'm all for biking, by the way. More bike racks, but yeah.
So I have a question. Why does this end at Cemetery Street?
That's the boundary of the zone.
Right.
Thank you.
So that's kind of like the Cemetery Street, if you're thinking about that, when you start to get south of there, on which, no matter which road you end up taking, going southeast or southwest, that's kind of where the commercial corridor stops and then
Mhm.
transitions to more residential.
So from the railroad to Cemetery Street.
From 95
95s,
to the cemetery.
and then across Van Zandt, right?
Yeah, and in Van Zant's the real one side street that it spurs out. I can pull up a map a little later on.
This looks good to me.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be very controversial.
Right.
No, let's move on.
Oh, did I skip that?
I just had a quick comment on it.
Oh.
I think I saw in Article 4 that we're requiring 8-foot sidewalks in the zone already. So I'm curious if we should update this to be 1 point for 10 foot.
Very
We,
sensible.
we'll circle back and look.
Two
it up.
points for 10 is what we have here.
Yeah, what he's saying, 8 foot by right, is the new requirements in this area, so.
We'll
why don't we
double
just do
check
1
that.
to 10 feet and.
If,
call
if
it.
if anything, should we just strike the 1 point for 8 and then leave 2 points for 10?
Yeah, that makes sense.
We could do that. Yeah, Brian will check on the existing reg and then
Okay.
we can circle back while he's looking that up. And I'm just gonna stop on where there's the modified text.
Sure.
Sorry.
This.
And one thing I should kind of preface comments on, when we're getting into some of these sustainability amenities and the overall sustainability requirements, a lot of this is, and I think as we pointed out previously, a little bit untested language where the stat, I know Nick's double thumbs up over there. The statutory language enables us to, require some of these things, but they didn't really provide us on guidance on what we could specifically require. It hasn't been tested yet. Brian's been on several meetings with some of our peer communities and they're very anxious to see what we adopt and how it works. So this is a little bit of, testing ground for us. So we'll have to this would be one of those things that 6 months, 12 months, 18 months down the road, we might have to look at again to see if it makes sense or see if it's working. And then for the net zero building, that's really just kind of addition in terms of the reporting requirement from who's ever going to be the qualified professional.
And that's one step beyond what a special permit would require, and that's why we granted the additional points.
So the net zero building is the idea with around all the documentation for any, whether it's LEED or whatever program you're looking at. When you go through that program, the reporting requirements are really stringent and really expensive.
Yep.
So what we've tried to do, and other communities have done this as well, is you have somebody that's qualified to say that
Totally get
it's
that.
a LEED certified project, but they don't go through the actual certification process.
No, I get that. I'm just asking, we have a set of requirements for the special permit.
Oh, I got you. You're asking a different question.
Yeah, and so I'm assuming this is one step beyond what's already required with the special permit, so they're not double dipping in that sense.
Yeah, right, and this net zero again is part of the EVTZ standards. There's the other sustainability discussion, which we'll probably have as well.
Okay. Cool.
One of these.
And that's why the next.
Yeah,
line is
yeah.
Crossed out, that makes sense.
Sorry, I'm scrolling back up.
Okay, so this is Mr. Bryce's question about the sidewalks and
Right.
the point. So how it's written now in the regs is you have to do a 5-foot wide sidewalk and then a 3-foot amenity space, which is for street trees essentially. So this would be more of you're giving us an 8-foot wide sidewalk plus the 3 feet
So
amenity.
12.
No,
Okay.
so so just to clarify.
Okay.
I'm good keeping this written then. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Otherwise, there won't be any street left. in the middle. It's only so.
Sorry, I gotta scroll again.
Thank you. You will.
Okay, so this is very similar to what we were just talking about. Looking, and this is something we worked with Steve Clocky from the Conservation Commission on. I can't say this is his blessed language, but it's, we tried to get programs that, based on what his experience was and what we've seen in other communities in terms of what's a realistic, something realistic someone could construct without burdening the process. And again, we gave within like the sustainability eligible requirements, there's a whole host of things that they could try or they could do. They could take this avenue. The important thing I think on that is the footnote at the bottom left where it says buildings seeking credit for a net zero building are not eligible for this category.
Mhm.
With the idea being you can't double dip. You can't
Right.
say, oh, we're LEED this and then net zero that when they're kind of, duplicative of each other. And then again, someone can opt to do this. We're not requiring them.
Right.
Right.
There's other avenues they could pursue. And the next one below that deals with stormwater runoff. And I think Mr. Mushak had asked a question about the city stormwater standards. So that's why the blue language was added through that. Basically, what the the city stormwater requirement is that you can't have a net increase of runoff. So right now, say the site retains 50% of the water that hits the ground on it. They don't get credit for that first 50%. They only get credit for what they do above and beyond the 50%. That makes sense.
You know, is there a danger with citing websites because they can change? You know, Passive House, you may, you know, that the citation there, the website or the enterprise community impact areas, resilience, green communities. Is there any?
We could remove the URLs. I mean, if we felt that was
No, I'm not saying we should remove them. I'm just saying
We can also archive those sites that are long-term links.
put something or what replaces them or the like or.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
for the record, Mark Rance, I think that these aren't, these websites are intended as a resource for the reader. They're not part of the regulation per se. It doesn't say, I mean, with the regulation is proof of actual construction to be confirmed in writing by an industry professional, blah, blah. So you're looking for the certification, but what you're doing is telling that person or the developer or the owner where they can find out more about what that means. So I think even if the website ceases to exist, first of all, you could amend that as a clerical. That wouldn't even be an amendment. That would just be a clerical change. But also, you're just helping the reader to know where to look to get more information about what this would consist of.
thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, can we stop at that last one, the charging station?
And I did strike out, I think the idea of battery storage I struck out. I think it's a really interesting idea, but I think we're way beyond what we could do.
Right.
Well ahead of the curve.
We'll deal with that down the road.
20 years.
Steve, on this charging station, is that on the city road or is that in the private parking lot?
I think these are envisioned as public spaces on private property that are designated for public use.
So
Should we-
within, like Dunkin' Donuts might have a charging station.
Should we say that?
Well, I'm just trying
To avoid confusion?
Sure, because
I don't think it's the worst thing if a developer wants to say, I'll put in an EV charger on a public space. I just think the hoops that they'd have to jump through might be just prohibitive
Right.
up front. But I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, but it would go to you guys for, again, that discretion to say whether that's a good idea or not.
Would a public space in a private parking lot count towards parking requirements?
yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
No, that would be, in the regulations, there is already a provision, they get points for providing public spaces, but those are in addition to what's required to meet the site's parking requirement.
So in theory, the point could apply towards their parking if they have enough of them.
No,
Right?
no, so say the zoning code requires 40 spaces on site, and they provide 42 spaces, but 2 of them are permanently dedicated to the public. Say there's like a little park in the back and people want to park their cars there and it's open to the public. Technically, they could get points for those public spaces. Plus, if they put an EV charger at that, they could be potentially eligible for that.
But if you went the reverse and they were required to have 40 spaces by whatever the code is, and then they made 2 of them EV chargers,
No,
then they wouldn't be allowed to.
right. And they're going to be required to do that in a certain number of spaces anyway, per the new state statute. So
Okay.
Cool. Were there any ideas from the public that, or maybe is anything added in from the public in general on this?
yeah, there were several ENA comments that, and I did make, and I can't flag them off the top of my head, but
Okay,
some of them I included, some of them I don't think we could include.
totally, yeah, no, I just,
It was kind of a mix of 3 categories.
Okay.
They did point out certain things that, I think we pointed out that document previously. I'm sorry, I just don't know the top of my head.
no. You don't know everything that everyone has ever said over the past 12 months.
I don't remember what I said this morning, so. let's keep that. And then the next clarification is related to rain gardens.
Sites, that's real, that's a nice addition on the stormwater front. Cool.
Thumbs up from Nick.
Let's move down. Go ahead.
Rooftops, solar.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is one where I still have that yellow 20,000 square foot highlighted as kind of a question mark. And I know this, the roof area dedicated to active space or mechanical equipment or utilized for, and that language has been changed probably 4 times since we started talking about this. What's the right formula? That we exclude certain things. And
Well, what about a percentage instead of a number?
I think we started with a percent.
Oh,
We went back
okay,
to the-
never mind.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think the tricky part about the percentage was if you have a really small roof, then you could say, oh, I did 50% of my roof, and we're like, well,
Oh.
You know, one panel.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the one thing we didn't bring up, but I did send out, you asked for some buildings that had, that you would recognize in terms of square footage. So I did send that out. We could bring that up if you wanted to go over that for, just to kind of refresher in terms of, I think most of my pick were East Norwalk buildings where the gross floor area between the building might have been like under 5,000. I know I looked at the Rite Aid building, which had a footprint over 5,000, but was a 1-story building. So that would be, you know, those triggers. So that's kind of how we landed on these numbers of a footprint of 5,000 and then a volumetric calculation of 20,000.
I think that's okay. Let's go, move on.
Good.
Cool.
And this gets to Mr. Ruina's question about the public parking. Just added the 2 words with signage.
And they have to clearly signage anything, like if they do a public park, they have to do good signage for that.
Yeah,
I think that's
and I think that's something when you guys do your special
Special
permit
permit.
applications, you want to
Double
really
click on it.
reiterate that and
That's
then
right.
make sure that a lot of times they don't have those details developed at that stage.
Yeah.
That'd be something to condition that it gets a second review by staff before the
So, I mean, you flew past geothermal. Can I see that?
Sure, yeah, I don't think there were changes there, but oh, it's just the only language is that same language that you're doing a net zero building, you're not gonna get.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
And actually, you're glad you asked me the question before, that bottom comment on the rent reduction, that's actually an ENNA recommendation that we had. That's one that I remember.
When it says an active publicly accessible, does that mean like activated, like street activated use? Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's what they wanted to make sure that it wasn't something that wasn't gonna have a necessarily
Right.
public benefit.
Okay, let's keep going.
This is just adding in the word potentially.
Cool.
I think the idea being that in the areas, and oh, this actually, JJ, gets to your question about the boundaries. This map
Mhm.
shows the boundaries pretty well. It's where that kind of yellow border is.
Mhm.
What that's saying is, this had come up about where where the boundaries for the EVTZ should be, and also where the commercial use is. But what this map is showing here in the yellow is the first floors of any buildings built here need to have a 15-foot minimum ground floor. It doesn't mean they have to put commercial in, but it means if the market dictates that or the market points to that, that the first floor has that height available for that use. And then it could be residential, but if the market down the road says we need more commercial, then it's more adaptable. And then, because the 15-foot ground floor for commercial is just a more welcoming, you know, commercial environment than versus like a 10 or 12.
And those are for new buildings along East Avenue,
Any new construction.
any new construction.
All right, and here is the big one. So this is not specific to the E EVTZ. This is that per Nick's comment earlier about the additional special permit and site plan requirements that we have in the regulation now. This is the requirement that we've been kicking around for 3-4 months now about the best place to go. I've kept the same, you know, they're highlighted in yellow, but it's the same dimensional requirements, whether it's a 5,000 square foot footprint of a building, which is that, you know, perimeter of the building, ground floor, or the top down view, or a 20,000 square foot gross area of the building, which would be the volumetric calculation. So they have a couple different avenues that they could pursue in order to meet this sustainability requirement. There's the first one, the second one, or the third one, and they're all kind of tiered a little differently. Like if you look at the first one, so the LEED Silver or the Enterprise Green Communities and National Green Building Standards are a lower threshold you would have to build. But if you do that, you also have to comply with D, which is you're retaining 75% of your stormwater on site. The second criteria doesn't require that stormwater retention, but the building construction is at a higher energy level, energy value, energy performance threshold.
And this is in addition to the solar requirement, correct? Okay.
Steve, have we anywhere defined what a qualified professional is?
No.
I mean, could someone try to get an engineer's certificate, even though that engineer is not a specialist, or even an architect's signature?
So this all comes through the site plan and special permit application. So I think if someone is representing that this building is meeting LEED Zero, I think you have well within your rights to say, how are you documenting this and who is the one making that determination? Then if it gets to a lot of times, the smarter applicants, sometimes they submit the resumes of their professionals as part of that. So you can go back and look at their credentials. I think you're well within your rights to ask for their qualifications.
Okay.
Attorney Brandt has his hand raised.
Two things. First, I agree with that. I think as part of your review process, you can examine whether that person is qualified to make that certification. The burden of proof is on the applicant. So it's up to them to demonstrate that they comply with the criteria of the regulation. The only other thing is it's a trivial thing, but I believe on what's on screen right now, for 1 and 2, I think wouldn't you take out the word either in both cases? Because you've got 4 options. Certifiable as LEED Silver or Enterprise Green, etc. Or
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Strike the word either. He's already given the option.
Oh, okay, yeah.
can we just say one of the following?
sure, whatever. Either usually means one or the other, whereas you've got 4.
And in the case of number 1, item D is required regardless of whether you pick A, B, and C. Is that right? Okay.
That's the way I wrote it. Hopefully that is the correct. That's what the intent of that was. I'll say that.
If Attorney Branson agrees, I'm good with it. Too.
Yeah, then I wouldn't say one or the other. I would just certifiable as
Okay.
colon. Because in fact, it's 3 plus 1.
The third option stands on its own.
Correct.
Well, it says and. Well, for the first one, it's and D, A or B or C and
And
D.
no, I was referring to
3.
the tab over to the left 3, the first row or column.
Attorney Branson, should we move the word "and" to the beginning of D instead of at the end of C?
I don't think it matters. You might want to bold it though.
Okay.
So it's very clear and don't let your eye miss it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, you got all that, Steve?
Yeah, actually, that was.
Good. Does that complete EVTZ?
It does.
Good, then let's move on to sustainability requirement.
That was the last one, so we actually knocked two off.
Oh, okay.
Can we just reiterate, what's the solar requirement? We're the same threshold? Like, where do we land on that?
We should go back, so that was what, the Conservation Commission memo had brought up.
Yep.
I believe we, in
Yeah,
our last discussion, it was the
I went
5,000
down to the 5,000, right?
foot roof. And then we needed to, I think we should clarify what the percentage.
That's in the spreadsheet, I think.
Oh, it's a spreadsheet item? Okay.
So if we get to
Cool.
that point, we can tick down.
Don't worry, I won't forget.
Okay. Steve, it's not the next item, it's the following item, but I don't think that the Merit 7 overlay has any relevance to what we're discussing here.
Sure.
I know it's important to the folks at Merit 7, and we need to get it on a future agenda so that we can discuss it with them. But I don't think we need, or is it appropriate to discuss it here tonight?
Understood.
So let's move then to the Manresa overlay.
Let me pull that up. So staff had sent the commission just kind of I know there was a lot of public concern at the last meeting about this. I think first and foremost, related to that, that what this, and again, I think just important to reiterate this. I know we told you this already, so I apologize for repeating ourselves. This is not approving any application at Manresa. This really what this language is, and I think some of the language items in here, such as the accessory uses, I think you could probably just take them all out of the equation for now and scrap them for now. And I think the applicant would probably be fine with that. What the language allows them to do is come back in and request a special permit to do this modified layout of the property. It's not giving them any density bonus at all. It's actually, if they went the conventional subdivision route, it would be very expensive for them to do that. It's a more expensive construction than clustering of homes. But they'd also have to go through really significant remediation on the northern piece of that. But they could theoretically develop that and get a lot more density than what they're asking for. So I think
And not provide public access or things
there's an open space requirement in that, but it would not be
to the same degree.
what they're proposing here. So I think why they're now in here, it kind of is a better time for them in terms of getting in while you're actually talking about rehauling the regulations anyway. So they prefer to get the clustering aspect and the townhome piece of it incorporated now. And I think that they're less concerned about all those accessory uses, and they have to come back to you anyway, regardless if you approve the language or not. So this isn't by far and away not the end of the discussion. I think the other big piece of that is that there's major infrastructure conversations that have to occur with them about the causeway and the frequency of flooding that will occur there over time.
Do we have to put anything in related to that to ensure that gets? Well, I guess that could be handled as a function of the special permit.
I think that would get handled before they even apply. I think the city really needs
I
to,
think those are the two big concerns, if I remember from the public hearing, is that the causeway and then
Yeah.
the accessory uses.
I think there's also concerns related to site remediation because we've talked to them about some things can go out by barge, like they have to take down the massive stack, the massive building, but they also have to remediate the soil and it's going to be excavation. Some of that they can haul away by barge, some of it can't, just because certain things go to certain facilities in certain locations and not everything's barge accessible. So some things are gonna have to go out by road on a truck. No matter who develops there, it's inevitable, it's gonna happen. So that's something we'll have to talk about, but it's not something you can prevent.
But yeah, that's not a zoning. That last piece is not really zoning.
No, but I think it relates to the scope and scale of the project would dictate the amounts and volumes and how often.
Gotcha. So if what you're saying though is by allowing the clustering, you're potentially allowing for less of the polluted, not whatever's there, traveling back through the community. Is that like the?
Well, that's another good benefit. There's less, the less site disturbance you have. They're gonna have to do a certain amount of remediation, which is probably the bottom third of the site
Yeah.
roughly. If they were to develop the whole site, then that's a lot more removal, a lot more disturbance. It's just a bigger development in many regards, but if they cluster things, it's less area they have to disturb.
And all the remediation stuff can be part of the special permit as well, or is that handled elsewhere? Like-
DEEP is gonna handle what
Okay.
the remediation, yeah, we don't really have a say in that. We
Okay.
get notified of things, but that's the
I
state.
just
oversight.
imagine it's extremely scary. I would, yeah, I'm just like, who's gonna drink water? I don't know. That's a different conversation.
Steve, if we allow an overlay that would permit clustering, does that mean that when they come in with an application, that we have to allow clustering?
Technically, oh, go ahead, Darius.
Or would it make the appeal process easier were we to deny an application with cluster housing?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I would defer to Attorney Branch on that specific question, but I think the key way I would answer that would be this text requires submittal of a master plan via special permit. So you have to approve that. I think you have complete discretion on to say whether you feel this master plan is consistent with the regulation or not. And you can require different things. You could, say the layout's not appropriate, it doesn't meet the standards. I think that's within your discretion.
Yeah,
Well-
Mr. Kleppen said the magic words. If it's a special permit, you have a very high level of discretion. The case law for special permits over the last 10 or 15 years has been giving more and more discretion to the special permit process. So if you feel that a proposed master plan is not meeting your objectives, you can deny it, and yeah, they can appeal, but they're not going to win.
Thank you. Would it be then more palatable to the commission to simply approve an overlay that would allow for clustering and drop everything else out?
Worry that we might lose out on the workforce housing component?
Yeah, I think this is the sustainability open space stuff is,
I would get rid of number 2 if you're gonna get rid of it. A2, I'm sorry. That's
the accessory uses, I think, was one of the big issues that came up from the public.
Yeah, and I think that's where the fear of the unknown was, like if there's an amphitheater or public or outdoor music, what does
Right.
it actually mean? And what could that
Yeah.
proliferate into? I think that was the big,
I thought that's what you were saying, Lou. You were saying drop the accessory uses.
yeah. I don't know how many there are, whatever it's.
Oh, I misunderstood, sorry.
Well, for example, I don't think you want live music either.
Yeah,
For the same reason, it's going to attract people.
I think if you got rid of A2 under the permitted uses of A2, just got rid of the accessory uses, that removes that whole. They'll have to come back later on if they have specific accessory uses and you have another bite at the apple at that point.
This conversation is really upsetting me because I personally don't think there should be any housing or development on this site. None. And this commission has the power. It's not up to staff. It's not up to anyone except this commission. To put the kibosh on this right now, stop talking about amenities, stop talking about clustering housing. If you put residential on this site, you're going to require massive amounts of remediation. Fill, removal, 4 feet of soil will have to be removed, contaminated soil, not by barge because it will not be allowed to be dumped in the Sound any longer. That's changed. It'll have to go out to Pennsylvania or New York, or upstate New York, or somewhere where they have a capping ability. This is not hundreds of trucks. This is thousands of trucks rumbling through a low-income minority community that already is suffering high asthma rates. This becomes an issue of environmental justice. It becomes an issue of social justice. And for what? To get a couple, less than 1 percentage point, maybe 1 or maybe 2 1/100ths of an increase in our grand list. to allow some very wealthy people to live on a contaminated site, which I'm not even convinced people would want to live there. Because who would want to buy a house and invest that much money on a site that we have in the studies, and we have certainly the evidence before us? If we've read this, I certainly have read the study that was done by several very reputable firms, Fitzgerald and Holiday, FHB, and Ty and Bond, and that was 2017, that study. I'm talking about the Manresa economic study. There's a little note at the end of that study that I think we should all be aware of, because this is the idea of building housing there is, it makes no sense. It is not TOD. It's not transit-oriented development. It's 1.5 miles from the South Norwalk train station. The road that it would access on is completely in a 100-year floodplain on Woodward Avenue. Meadow Street is also in the 100-year floodplain. You only have one spot, Quintard Avenue, where you can get up above the floodplain, but then you have to drop back down to Water Street and back into the floodplain. This makes no sense. And I think we can save the applicant millions of dollars in legal fees, because there is going to be lawsuits. And I can predict that now. And I think that this commission I'm only going to be on this commission for 2 more weeks. So I'm going to speak freely about my feeling about this, because everyone knows that I have been supportive of development over my long career. I've been supportive of TOD. I've been supportive of smart growth. The idea that this site would be developed in any way to create housing in such a dangerous location in terms of storm damage. And I will go on in a minute, because this is really, really important to me, and I'm going to take some time. At the end of the economic study on page 89, it states that that removing it doesn't say it specifically, but it says the redevelopment of the site, but that means mostly the removal of the power plant, would have a positive impact on 300 properties that have a view of the island. Of course, that's what everybody's motivation, I think, was with the study, was to get rid of the power plant. It's an eyesore. We all know that. I see it from my house, and I'm not even listed as one of these 300 properties. I live 2 miles away in South Norwalk on a hill, and I look out and it's in my view. And I'd love to see it gone. But the impact on the property values by removing that power plant would create a 5% increase in property values that would generate 500, at this point in 2018 numbers, or 2017 numbers, $595,000 per year in additional property tax revenue, which alone would replace the property tax revenue currently generated by Manresa's South parcel. That's on page 89. And the only proposal that I would support, and again, it's moot because I'm not going to be on this commission, but I want this commission to consider, I want all of you to consider this, because we're talking about a legacy here that you all can leave for generations to come. And I see a marina, a small marina, not the 110 slip one, which is 1/4 the size of Cove Marina, but I think a mega yacht marina, which could throw off some income to whoever ends up owning this property, whether it's a government entity, local, state, or federal. But a mega yacht, because we know that over at Sunset Grill, where the Cove Marina is, their mega yacht docks are full all summer long. And I could see a public ramp, and I can see kayak rentals. But I also see a visitor center for the federal wildlife refuge, the McKinney Wildlife Refuge, which is surrounding this site. And I'm going to read you a couple of things. So you don't have to do anything except take the plant down, and you will automatically have an increase in property tax revenue that will replace the revenue that this site is generating. So we're going to go through all of this remediation to build houses for millionaires, and it's going to compromise the environment and the community, put all the traffic onto a local road, because Woodward Avenue is not a collector, it's not an arterial. The nearest arterial is 1.5 miles away. So you, and there are bus stops and crosswalks on this, on Woodward Avenue. And all, the entire length of Woodward Avenue is in the floodplain. So unless someone is going to propose raising Woodward Avenue 5 feet, perhaps, I'm not sure, but whatever it would need to get out of the flood elevation. 3 to 5 feet, we've already had, you know, the proposal to do Water Street, 3 to 5 feet. I believe that that this is the discussion of housing should be moot. And this commission, first of all, I don't support an overlay at this point. I think that's rushed, and I think that this is a mistake. In fact, I think if we pursue development of this site in what we're talking about with housing, I think it would be one of the biggest planning mistakes the city would ever make. And I'm gonna go further. I'm gonna read briefly the description of what the Stuart B. McKinney National Wildlife Refuge is. It protects some of the last remaining undeveloped coastal habitats in Connecticut. These places are crucially important to wildlife, especially at-risk species that need space to feed, rest, establish a home, and raise their young. The Stuart B. McKinney National Wildlife Refuge is comprised of 10 units stretched across 70 miles of Connecticut's coastline. It was established in 1972 and was originally called Salt Meadow National Wildlife Refuge. It was renamed in 1987 to honor the late U.S. Congressman Stuart B. McKinney, who was instrumental in expanding it. Located in the Atlantic Flyway, the refuge provides important resting, feeding, and nesting habitat for many species of songbirds, wading birds, shorebirds like the threatened piping plover, and seabirds, including the endangered roseate tern. The refuge is also home to the threatened northern long-eared bat and many other at-risk species. Overall, the refuge encompasses over 1,000 acres of forest, shrubland, barrier beach, tidal wetland, and fragile island habitats. All of those habitats exist on this site. And this is described on page 32 in the environmental study. Norwalk Islands and proximal mainland areas, including Manresa Island and the Village Creek marshes of Norwalk, have collectively been identified by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in their Northeast Coastal Areas study as a significant and unique coastal habitat. Manresa Island lies directly across the water from the following important coastal resources: Hoyt's Island Bird Sanctuary, Norwalk Land Trust, Goose, Chimney, and Sheffield Island units of the Stuart B. McKinney National Fish and Wildlife Refuge to the southeast, and Peach Island to the northeast, which is also part of the McKinney Wildlife Refuge. The Village Creek salt marsh and mudflats, of which Manresa Island forms the eastern shore, was identified in the Northeast Coastal Area Study as an important foraging area for shorebirds, long-legged waders, and waterfowl, all major taxa for which the aforementioned preserves were designated. Offshore waters are also used by foraging waterbirds, including the state-listed common and least terns. The Norwalk Islands and Village Creek Salt Marsh Complex has been identified as a waterfowl focus area by the Atlantic Coast Joint Venture. And this goes on. I don't want to take all your time. I know we have a lot to cover tonight, but there are nearly 200 bird species recorded on the Norwalk Islands. And I was going to read more, but I'm not going to bother except to say that there are currently endangered species all around this site. The idea that we're going to have lawns with fertilizer and pesticide and driveways and streets and human activity in what is called, hold on one second. I want to read one more thing to you that is really important. The importance of Manresa Island to the area and regional ecology. This is again in the study. This is on page 32. Site provides one of the few intact coastal habitat blocks in the heavily developed lower Fairfield County shoreline and is a source of fresh water for species using the Norwalk Islands and other surrounding habitats. In this regard, the Manresa Island Habitat Block provide a number of important functions and values to the freshwater, intertidal, and subtidal wetland and waterway resources in the area. It's also serves as a stopover for migratory birds during northbound and southbound migratory movements. These species include those designated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as bird species of conservation and of conservation concern, sorry. And these include common tern, least tern, bald eagle, peregrine fountain, great egret, snowy egret, yellow-crowned night heron, diamondback terrapin. Terrapin is a turtle. Additional rare species are suspected of occurring here as well: salt marsh sparrow, brown thrasher, glossy ibis, and winter owl roosts. I think Manresa Island should be part of the McKinney Wildlife Refuge. And I think the city, including this commission, ought to be doing everything to encourage that and not be even discussing overlays that will encourage development of such a pristine site. And I'm going to bring up something I'm really familiar with because I'm from New Jersey originally. Cape May County took a 200-acre site that was polluted, compromised, and basically it was a wasteland. And the state of New Jersey and the Army Corps of Engineers and the Nature Conservancy all partnered together, and they cleaned up the site. They did an ecological restoration, and they put walkways and platforms for bird watchers. Bird watching has become in Cape May the largest generator of income of any other source. $300 million a year is pumped into the Cape May County economy from bird watching. Bird watchers are generally higher income people. They come from all over the world. This could be a premier bird watching destination. We're an hour from Manhattan, not 3 hours as Cape May is. And we could have a premier wildlife asset to the city of Norwalk, to the state of Connecticut, and to the whole nation. This is of global impact. There's a bird called a red knot, and the red knots, K-N-O-T, like the knot you tie with your shoe, they are very endangered, but they're slowly coming back, and it's because they stopped harvesting horseshoe crabs in Delaware Bay. New Jersey banned horseshoe crab harvesting because the red knots feed on the eggs laid by horseshoe crabs in the spring when they are heading from the Antarctic to the Arctic. They do a 9,000-mile migration. They come right up the Atlantic Flyway, which goes right over Norwalk. And Norwalk, just in August, Connecticut, banned horseshoe crab harvesting in August of this year. And there will be a subsequent increase in horseshoe crabs, and I'm familiar with them because I have tagged them late at night on full moons in May and June for the Maritime Aquarium. And it's a miraculous thing to see. And they come up and they lay thousands of eggs, and these are a major food source for migrating birds. Again, to have houses built on a site that is the largest undeveloped site on the coast of Connecticut, in the most one of the most densely populated states on the East Coast, within an hour of New York City, this is the conversation we should be having, not housing. And the developer's not going to be happy to hear this, but the developer is making a gamble. It's Argent. I think they're called They're Argent Ventures. They own Grand Central Terminal in New York and all the air rights. These are big players. They're a corporate landlord. They're a corporate real estate investment firm. And they want to create returns for their investors who are all over the world, their shareholders. We just have to say no. That's all we have to do.
Can I make one point?
Yes.
They could submit a subdivision application today, and I don't think you could say no for more density than they're asking.
It would never get approved
Why?
because of the conditions of the site.
But
You have no dry egress.
I don't think there's a dry egress requirement. Now DOT might say, based on the size of the project, they could review it for like a major traffic generator, and perhaps that comes into play, but other than that, I don't see how you could say no.
First of all, I think the B designation is bogus. And I'll tell you why. When this was designated B zone, it was an accident of geography. It's just an accident of geography, much like Route 7 right of way is a AAA zone. Nobody is ever planning on taking out Route 7, although I think it'd be a great idea.
Never
like-
say
like-
never.
Like New Haven.
Never say never.
Yeah, but Route 95 is as a business zone. Nobody's proposing taking out 95 and putting Walmarts, on 95, but it has a zone. Because that is a remnant of the Euclidean zoning, which had to put a designation on everything. This was nobody ever imagined that this plant was going to close and it was going to be developed as a B zone. I am sure of it. And in fact, if you look at the surrounding properties, the surrounding zones for Village Creek and for Harborview, both of those developed historically. Well, Village Creek was in the 1950s as an integrated neighborhood. It's a historic district. And none of that is or very little of it is actually in the flood zone. Most of it is up on elevated, on a higher elevation on rock. Harborview had one house on it 100 years ago, or 120 years ago. And it was not even called Harborview. It was called Barren Marsh Island. It had one house on, there's a raised like a rock in the middle of the site. A lot of people that know Harborview know that. And it developed as organically as a community of summer cottages, which then got winterized during the Depression. It was built in the 1920s. It became an organic zone, B zone designation.
So question, Mike, do we have the ability at this point in time to reduce the zone of what is designated in the map today? Because I think that's the crux of the thing which is very compelling on many fronts. Can we even do that at this point in the game?
Well, I'm completely confused don't know the answer to that, staff, and smarter people will answer that, but I'm just going to tell you that the numbers that came in a letter from someone who went to the meeting with Argent came in at 385 single-family houses. The economic study had 74 houses with a B zone designation. So what acreage were they using to get 385? To me, that was a scare tactic to then come up with 184 that would sound very attractive. And of course, that's an old trick. We've seen that many times.
The 300 plus is if they remediated the northern piece.
Well, I don't see how that's even possible.
I asked
I
that
don't think
question
they would
maybe-
want to do that. It would be very expensive. So I don't know what the numbers pan out, but it's theoretical.
Yeah, my question is only because to achieve the thing you're trying to say would be changing the zone for the rewrite that's before us. It's zone right now.
I think,
It's zone what, CD?
well, first of all, I think the conversations we need to be having right now are with our elected delegation at federal, state, and local level to look at possible options of having the federal government purchase this and make it part of the McKinney Wildlife Refuge.
Sure, but
And in the meantime,
yeah,
we can send out a message that we are not going to approve housing here. This is, it is, the housing, it goes against all of the deep regulations.
I'm just
It
asking.
goes against all the city regulations.
Practically-
Yes, I know, I don't mean to be arguing.
No.
I'm just,
The argument, Bill.
I'm just saying that just to be talking about overlays at this point and sort of encouraging a master plan that's going to include housing and marinas and all of this is crazy. It's just crazy. And
I hear all of it.
and
Practically, what can we do to make that reality?
we don't have to approve any overlay.
We don't, but it has a zone right now. that has rights that we can't stop if they build as of right. So theoretically, to achieve what you're trying to achieve, which is very noble in many ways, and not a lot, I've not thought about it that way, and I appreciate you saying all this, would probably mean change the designation of what it is.
Change the zone.
We can't leave it what it
That
is
was
today.
just what Attorney Branson brought up, whereas if we had a zone designation to say it's B zone today
Right.
or CD1S, so 1 unit per 6,250 square feet, you can't, if you made that more restrictive
We have a
or like
problem.
an acre lot, then you're opening yourself up to issues.
I mean, that, if I can, that would be a change, you can certainly change the zone, but you didn't advertise that in this proceeding. So, I mean, what's before you now is it's zoned what it's zoned. And the question before you is, this cluster idea is intended to incentivize preservation of more property. You can adopt that or not adopt it, but preservation of this area is something that can't be done by a zoning commission. You can zone it for marinas. I mean, you can zone for all sorts of things in a new proceeding, in a new public hearing, but you can't zone it open space. You can't zone it no development. There is no such zone. So encouraging state, federal, and local officials to acquire it, all good points. But as a zoning commission, can't zone it, nothing. Can't say nothing is allowed here. Something has to be allowed there. The question is what's best.
Well, sure, I understand that. And I'm really setting the stage for shift in the conversation. That's all.
Well,
And I think the conversation really needs to be about putting the conservation back in the plan of conservation and development. Because that's what it's called. It's not called the plan of development and conservation. And with all due respect to staff, who I think are extremely professional, and I have utmost respect for staff. They are planners. And that's what they do, they plan. And in this case, I'm saying a lack of planning is really going to be the best thing. We should just be assuming that this site is not going to be developed.
Here's my concern, though. Where it stands, they could come back tomorrow with the subdivision and build that by right.
And Deep would say no.
But we don't need Deep. I don't think Deep could stop us.
This
We
commission
have
this commission would just say no.
We don't have approval. It's a site, it's not
Keep-
a site, it's by right, right? I just want to make sure I'm just trying to factually play this out.
Keep in mind, this land has lain unused for how many years? Yeah.
2012,
Yeah.
2012 is when.
There
the
does
plan-
not
is when the
appear to
plan-
be any interest
tenure.
in doing the things that Mike is suggesting. The federal government has shown no interest. The city has shown no interest in purchasing this land. The state has shown no interest in purchasing this land.
I don't think anyone's asked the
Wasn't
federal
really
government.
advertised for sale. Honestly, I don't think a lot of people knew that NRG was putting up their for sale sign.
Well, I would be really disappointed to know that if the city knew it was gonna sell for $4 million, that they wouldn't have just bought it
I know.
and
Steph-
sat on it.
I know.
Yeah.
The problem is with, and again, this is probably beyond this conversation, but it sold for $4 million for a reason.
Yeah, because it's polluted.
Yeah, you assume that liability upon the purchase.
Right.
Absolutely, but if you do nothing to it, there's not that much liability.
I mean,
It's been
the-
there for
the-
22 years.
The
Well,
plant, the
that's-
plant needs to be taken down and the site needs to be stabilized with capped soil. But I am really, I'm most concerned
Very interesting. 100 million.
about, I am most concerned about the impact of remediation for residential use on South Norwalk, on the streets, on the utilities, on the asphalt, on the health and public safety of all the people that live in South Norwalk, thousands of heavily laden trucks with diesel exhaust
Totally.
going
I
through
agree.
South Norwalk. Are they going to pay for all the water mains and gas mains and sewers that are going to be damaged by that kind of traffic day and night for years? Because that's what it's going to take. That's what we're talking about here.
Totally.
And when we're talking about an overlay, it's like we're ignoring that. It's like this elephant in the room.
Well,
And it really, what we need to be talking about is the least impact development on this site and turn it back over to wildlife because it's the largest tract of land in the most densely populated state on the East Coast.
Totally. The thing with the overlays, I understood is that they can build by right to a degree, and the overlay guarantees some benefit to do some of the things that you are suggesting, whether that's the pathways, the public space, all of that. I'm not saying that's the right move. I'm just, here's my concern is tomorrow, Argent can come in with the proposal. And I'm not sure this body has anything to do that could stop it. And that's a question, I mean, I think it's open to staff to a degree of like, am I misreading that? Like, if they meet the, by right, they could do the subdivision plan tomorrow and provide zero benefit to the city, to the residents, and be in a worse spot.
I'd
I'd like to hear from Steve.
Also, I'm not gonna put Attorney Brantz on the spot because I don't think he's looked at the language specifically, but if they came in with a conventional subdivision that met all the standards, I don't see how you could say no.
Would that be true even if we did have the overlay in place?
Yes, the overlay gives them an option. It doesn't say they have to do the overlay.
Right, they could still do by right, even with the overlay in place.
They could sell the property. You could put the overlay in, they could sell the property tomorrow and a different developer might have a different idea and that's another.
I think a judge would look at, I'm sorry, Tammy, go ahead.
Well, I was just asked that since this project was not part of our original planning and zoning rewrite, and I feel we could have 2 or 3 or 4 meetings about this, and we still might not have any rights. I mean, it's a private parcel. It has, we know, a lot of problems, a lot of contamination. And I thought that study that was done back in 2017 or 18 was an excellent study. I'm very disappointed to know that, if the city saw it go under their nose and didn't want to do anything with it, okay. I think that's disappointing. And oftentimes public space does have to sort of be threatened to be taken away from you before it becomes public space. People only want something once they can't have it. But why can't we just not vote on this now as part of this planning and zoning rewrite?
So you would suggest, Tammy, just putting it aside?
Yes.
We don't have to take any action.
Thank you, Lou. That's exactly what I was trying to say.
I
What-
agree.
That's kind of the
Is it-
point I was trying to make, is that.
A lot of words.
You could have made it with a lot less talk.
Well, I want to talk about legacy here and.
Yeah, but on that point though, like, I think if the points that you're making should not go on her end, we should think about the next step beyond that, because where we are today is when it's not protected. There is no stopping. We cannot talk about it and it's totally fine and probably the right move. And I don't have any objections to that by any means, but more of to get to that next level is going to require work here, and we can't, it's not just a wait and see sort of thing. So I think it's going to be, the mantle's not, or there's more work to be done here.
I'd like to hear from Darius if he agrees that we set this aside.
I absolutely believe that we should set this aside.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you, Darius.
And I want to just say one more thing, that there was a time, and I'm sorry, but this is, I guess, the last time I will probably be speaking before my 15 years serving on planning and zoning. At various times, I had a break in between, but it's been 15 years since 2008. And I pretty much approved a lot of stuff. And when I saw this, in hindsight, maybe the city should have rezoned this site immediately as soon as they knew that it was going to be going up for sale, right? But again, the B's designation, I think, is a moot point, and I think a judge would see that it was a designation that was put in because it was surrounded by 2 other B zones, one that just grew organically, Harborview, and that it was just a stroke of simplicity to make it the B zone, the same way that, as I said earlier, the Route 7 right away is AAA zone, even though it's a highway. And this was a public utility, and nobody ever imagined that it was going to be developed. And it's not a smart place why would you ever want dense housing here? It makes no sense. The only thing I supported was the 11 houses that were 2 to 4 acres presented in the plan, which would throw off, $500,000 or more in taxes, probably more now, but in 2017. But even then, you have lawns and fertilizer and all of those things I'm talking about, disruption on what is a prime site. And I'll just let one last word. There were times in this city when there was vision, real vision. And it was by mayors and elected officials and common council. That's how the city purchased Cranberry Park and set it aside. That's how they purchased Oak Hills Park. That's how they purchased Taylor Farm and Calf Pasture Beach. And all of the things that we hold dear were all decisions that were consciously made. It would have been easier to put a subdivision on Cranberry Park, and the city would have gotten they would have gotten all of that tax base. But Mayor Zullo, I believe, at the time in the 1960s, and I hope I get my facts right, but anyway, they decided it was more important to the public benefit to have this open space set aside. And I am just gonna, that's all, just ask all of you to think about the legacy of this unbelievably important site surrounded by National Wildlife Refuge, designated as one of the most important sites environmentally on the East Coast. And we're talking about putting dense housing on this site. It's crazy. It is crazy. That's all.
All right, Steve, we're going to pass on this and move to the edits table.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's our last
Thank you.
item.
But thanks for being patient, everyone.
We take a 2-minute break or a pause?
Yes,
before
That's my job too.
Please, don't usurp his job.
Sorry.
Is that okay, Richard?
Yes, it is.
All right, why don't we come back at 8:15, 8 minutes? Okay. And we're now going to review the edits table.
Nick, you know your camera's off.
Oh, I have this camera and my laptop on. Thank you, though.
Can you go up just one more, Steve?
How's that?
That, I can read that.
I can go that.
Richard, you okay with that too?
I can blow it up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can do
That's as
Right.
wide as I can go on my screen.
Just pinch it out.
Okay.
So what you can see, so just for everyone's benefit here, this is a table similar to the table that the commission worked off previously where they looked at different edits based on page number and article to kind of make it simple for folks to follow along. These were comments that came in as part of the public hearing process, so post referral of the document. First item is it's the same concept and sorry, I didn't scroll too far. Same concept and same idea, but just cleans up the language. This language, the language on the left came about as part of the industrial zones rewrite. And there were some contractors and commercial businesses that did not want to if we did the rezoning, did not want to get, so hampered by the change that they could not, modify, retrofit, make changes to their site. So what this language does is clean up the language on the left and still requires a special permit for them to come in and change things around, but just gives them a little bit of flexibility and a little bit of hope that you might reconsider some different things on the site going forward.
Is this in the same vein for the heavy industrial sites, with the same speaker, with the Divine site, and like, does this also apply to them up there?
No, because
okay.
it's only for properties that were zoned industrial 1 or restricted industrial.
Gotcha.
But Nick, there is language to address that as well.
Okay, we'll get to it.
My understanding is that you and Attorney Suchi have agreed that this resolves, it compromises and resolves Mr. Terzian's concerns.
Yeah, I should say there is some properties that are going from the I-1 zone as into the new CD4W, so it would apply to them as well. on Commerce,
Like the Wall Street, the
south of Wall on Commerce.
south of those two properties up at the top, the
Yeah.
head of the Harvard properties.
I did, yeah, and as the chairman said, I did speak with Attorney Suchi as well as another attorney who represented a couple other folks in South Norwalk, and they were fine with the language change. And they had initially raised oppositions. I think they're happy with what we did.
Gotcha.
So-
That includes like the Divine or.
Are we fine with this
Yeah, and
change?
I'll just add one statement to this, though, please, is that I see businesses like Terzian and Divine and O&G as they spoke, even though they weren't speaking directly to this language, as essential businesses to Norwalk and to our local economy. And they provide raw materials to contractors. Hundreds of contractors a day are supplied raw material and for construction and renovations, which are happening constantly.
Agreed.
And if they have, all these trucks have to get on a highway and go to Bridgeport or wherever to get their materials, it is adding traffic, it's adding pollution. So this is actually a green thing to do, is to support these local businesses and like Terzian. And if they didn't exist, I believe the city would actually think about subsidizing these kind of businesses because they're so important. They also help the city because they paving jobs, paving contractors, all the work that the city does, they also get their materials at these suppliers. And as offensive as some people may find these uses, they are in places that are historically have been industrial for well over 100 years. Norwalk was an industrial city. And the hundreds of companies employ thousands of people. And, you know, as fancy as Norwalk has become, I guess, over the years, we are still a blue collar town. That is the backbone of our economy. That's what keeps everybody, that's what keeps lower income folks kept with opportunities. And it also provides income for the numerous delis and supply companies, electrical supply, plumbing supply, roofing supply, all of these. It's an entire ecosystem, or I should say an economic ecosystem that is provided by these businesses. So I am glad that staff has worked with them on making it less difficult for them to operate. Thank you.
Is there any objection to this?
No.
And let's move on.
No.
Next one is a recommendation from the Conservation Commission. The current regulations restrict what can go in the front yard. The Conservation Commission says we should be supportive of EV charging stations, so we would recommend allowing the EV charging stations. I apologize for the typo. I thought I did a spell check, but apparently not. So the idea would be to allow EV charging stations in the front yard as a permitted structure that could go there, and the corresponding page numbers would have to get reflected for each of the zones.
Again, any objection?
No.
No.
Well, okay, EV charging stations for public buildings?
No, this is for
No, private homes.
Private homes. And in the front yard?
Yeah, so it's going to be, this is private, so it's not thinking about like this massive structure. It's usually a box or some kind of item that runs off of it.
Yeah, they're relatively small. They're like yay big
Yeah.
and have like a
Right.
plug.
Typically,
It's
they're
like a
next to
plug.
the garage in like a single detached family house, so it'd be
Well,
like in
enclosed, not outside.
No, they could be
Exposed.
outside.
It could
No, they
be like,
can be outside.
it's just like a junction box, pretty much like on
Yeah.
the side of your house.
See, like an electric meter picture.
So if like someone has a house, and the driveway doesn't go through the side or through the back, maybe they don't have a garage, but like they just pull up like to the front of their house, like it would give them an opportunity to be able to charge their car in their driveway, essentially. That's how I see it, at least.
yes, exactly.
I'm just thinking about liability.
No,
No.
no.
Wouldn't be any.
Such as
Fire.
It's an electric, it's like no different than
Yeah.
running electricity to your house.
So it's an electric plug.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I mean, so
It's
Jay,
pulled by an electric.
And they're
That might be
designed
good.
to be waterproof and resistant. They just like there's an outside switch in a lot of outside of people's houses, a unit where they can plug in, let's say, an electric leaf blower or something
Right.
that has a covering over it. So to make it not a risk to a fire.
Yeah, and they could do it now in their garage. You can do it now in your backyard. It's so the risk
Right,
would.
well, in the backyard, I can totally see that, but when you said like in front of the house, I'm just thinking in terms of curb appeal.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't impact.
Okay, let's move on to the next.
Next one was, we had several comments related to restricting vinyl siding in the 1 or 2 family zone, saying that drives up the cost. And so it's probably, you know, if you're gonna look at restricting vinyl, that you want to stick that in you like your urban core, where you're really worried about the aesthetic. 1 and 2 family houses, if they want to put up vinyl siding, that should be their choice. Staff was fine.
Okay,
I support that, but I'd also, I'm not sure if it's elsewhere in this edit table, but having horizontal aluminum siding as well in residential zones. So not like shipping container where it's like vertically oriented, but they make aluminum siding that's that looks just like, you know, wood or vinyl. It has, you know, qualities. I think it's also appropriate in residential zones, but I'd advocate that we just have it be horizontally oriented, like imitating similar materials. I add a little frankly to phrase that.
You have that?
Yeah, I think so. I think as part of some of the materials that you could use, I believe they put aluminum. And so we could make it some sort of PL that says permitted with limitations provided it's horizontally oriented.
okay.
You know what, could I just interrupt on that, please? Housing, building materials, styles evolve over time. Think about the new metal roofs that are very popular now. They go vertically down the roof. Think about black mullions versus white mullions, many things. Much as I appreciate aesthetics and, you know, a congruous look, I think we are micromanaging by saying stuff like that. And even if you take it back to improving your home in the flood zone, for example, if somebody had old cedar shakes or cedar siding and they want to better insulate or protect their house, they might put vinyl siding or aluminum siding on top of that. And some people can't tell the difference. And when I show a house, I say, oh, vinyl siding, aluminum siding, cedar siding. Oh, huh? You know, so we're micromanaging, I think, and I don't think we should do any of that, even though I might appreciate it myself because cedar siding is really beautiful, but it's
Yeah, I
not
mean,
our
as far
problem.
as I know, the form base or the materials does not apply as far as. So single families, you could do whatever you want.
Thank you for pointing that out, Brian. I was kind of thinking single or you know,
Okay.
duplex.
So no objection to this?
Right.
Incorporating this aluminum.
Right. Let's move down.
The next one, I think the chairman addressed at the beginning, where we will table conversation related to Merit 7 for another day.
Right.
This next change, and Brian could speak to this better than I can, deals with changes that came in or recommended changes for the East Avenue Village District, which is a separate village district north of exit 16, actually right where we're sitting right now. There were some concerns and some support related to allowing some commercial uses in there, but also not changing the character so much that he actually requested that you restrict the impervious surface down to 60% versus the current 80%. And then, you know, Brian, why don't you touch on them?
Yeah, so this was from Brad Craighead, who does a lot of the some of those historic preservation developments that you see on East Avenue. So the 2 items that he had expressed support for most of the changes, and then just kind of want clarification on a couple of things, which were making sure that there's a little bit more open space in the East Avenue Village District. So as proposed, we provided text to reduce the amount of impervious surface coverage from the 80% that's allowed under the proposed regulations down to 60%. And then as far as recreation area for the residents, a lot of the time what you see is some developers will put recreation area in and they put it interior to the building. He had requested that at least some of that should be outside of the building on the first pretty much the ground level. So we put in some language in there to say at least half of it has to be on the ground level. So then they could have some outdoor space for the residents. And then we threw in to delete some existing text that's in there. So as written, and this is a copy paste from the current regulations. You have one density if you're doing just straight residential, and then if you do a mixed use, so if you add in some sort of commercial use, for some reason, your density goes down. So we said, let's delete that and just have everybody play by the same density, regardless of what the uses are that you're putting in the building.
Okay. Are there any objections?
I have one question. I have no objection, but when we talk about impervious surface, when we're talking about pervious paving, so impervious means no water goes through, just to be clear. Like asphalt, concrete, roof, that's impervious. There is pervious paving, it's getting more popular, asphalt that lets water percolate through. You know, it's like peanut brittle, I guess, would be the closest thing I can think of. But that would not be counted as impervious surface, is that correct? Even though it's paving, and in most people's minds, that would be impervious surface. If it's pervious paving, it would still be paving, but it wouldn't, I just want to make that clear.
Right.
Right, so we're encouraging, if someone needs to increase, let's say, a parking area, they can do it with pervious paving and exceed the coverage because it's not going to be counted as impervious.
Correct.
I think you might, at that point, as the commission, I think if that came in as part of like a site plan application or something like that, I think you could then put like a condition on that they have to maintain that, because sometimes
Yes,
if those aren't maintained, they become impervious over time.
right, great, thank you for that.
Okay, let's move on to the next item.
Sorry, quick question on that. We are allowing stores in the, like, you can put, like,
Yeah, so we've opened up the uses. What you see now when you drive down East Ave in the East Avenue Village District, it's a lot of just medical office, chiropractors, dentists. We opened up the uses so that you could do retail, small restaurants, things like that. Hopefully get people to actually walk. Maybe they go to the doctor's office and then they walk next door to the restaurant.
hell from City Hall. It'd be great. You guys have something.
I would love that.
All right. We'll call it the Ryan Amendment.
Next one was a comment about the EVTZ. We went through that already. The next comment was related, I think came in someone asking about, oh, yes, this was related to a conversation that came in about Harborview Ave. Harbor Ave, I keep saying Harbor Ave, where there was the request to include the property on the corner that makes that bend to Harbor Ave. And we allowed that to be included in the CD4 zone. But we had put in a stipulation that within X number of feet of the zone to the north, which was a less dense zone, that they had to have a buffer of buffer setback of reduced height. This is just a clarification of that. If you can see the red text is the change.
Yeah, that was a nomenclature issue. So we had it in there, but when we moved the nomenclature zones down a number, it didn't make sense anymore because that wasn't flagged. So this is just kind of re-putting that back in.
Sorry, I jumped ahead. I was talking about the next one and Brian went to the one.
Just to confuse you further.
They're both the same. It's the same basic property we were talking about, but two different questions.
Any objection?
Agreed on both.
Okay,
Okay, the next one is a comment from the Conservation Commission. They kind of asked why, how come we excluded the requirement of street trees within the hospital zone and the marine commercial zone? We didn't have an answer for that, but so our recommendation is to put that same requirement in for those two zones as well.
Good catch.
Next one's mine. The marine commercial zone doesn't have a picture, so we want to add a picture. Make it consistent, so we'll tell them to come up with a picture.
I object.
You have to draw it.
Gonna say that too.
The next one is related specifically to Divine, and it also applies to the ONG property. Both those properties will be proposed as part of the CD4W zone. The existing zoning regulations, so this is where the distinction comes up, and I think there was a misunderstanding by the ONG at the last meeting. ONG currently is not in the CBDW zone. They're in the CBD zone, so they're already legally non-conforming. Whereas the Divine property is in the CBDW zone, and there was a clause in the CBDW zone that allowed water-dependent commercial uses in that zone to exist. So staff is in agreement that it probably makes sense to put that clause right back into the use table and just allow that in the 4W. Then that would make the Divine property legal and would also make the O and G site legal as well.
Good.
The Divine properties on the west side of Commerce Street would not be part of that. Then they have 2 or 3 properties on the other side. I think one, there's like piles of soil, and then they have pallets of materials there. That rezoning of that came about as part of the industrials rezoning, as what council wanted to see for that area. So staff would recommend that the zoning proposed remain for that. They can continue operating as they are today with 0 restrictions. If they change in the future, they have to change to something conforming.
I'd like to say one thing to this. There was a comment, I believe it was by the ONG person, although it doesn't really matter who said it, but I remember them suggesting that allowing higher density residential in the CD4W, I believe, was going to create an economic incentive for them to be pushed out and for replaced with housing. And I want to just bring up a point that I brought up on Water Street, even though that's a moot point because we're not addressing Water Street at this point until we have a plan for the road being raised or some improvement there on drainage. But the intent was to hopefully monetize those properties so that the water dependent uses could continue with a partial redevelopment of the properties along the street with higher density residential. Do you recall that? I just want to put that on the record that it was never anyone's intent to replace any of the.
That was the whole
water dependent
premise.
uses. It was in order to help them survive, if anything, because they would have that ability, and they most likely don't need the entire site to have that water dependent use, but that we were going to help them actually stay in business. So I think that fact was lost by a lot of folks who spoke during the public hearing. And I just wanted to put that on the record, and that that was the intent, and hopefully that will, be realized over time. Is that we're not seeking on replacing any water dependent uses, but we did want to encourage them to survive.
Yeah, actually, in fact, the marine commercial zone, when it was first created, they added in a multifamily residential density. That was the first time that they added in for that purpose.
Yes.
And clearly the density chosen might have not worked.
Right.
As we see on.
Yeah.
Okay, there any objection to this one?
No.
Just to clarify, it's adding special permit for industrial uses in CD4W, is that right?
Just this red in the text in the red.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, no objection.
good. Let's move on.
The next 2 rows 15 and 16 are the same issue we just discussed. There's nothing to discuss here unless you want to discuss this regulation. So what we did with the table, just so we're clear, is had edits as well as public comments. So we responded to those. Doesn't mean we always made a recommendation for change. This one very lengthy response from staff does not have any suggested changes unless you felt we needed to discuss it further.
No. Let's move on.
This one, I imagine we might have to spend a couple of minutes on. I'm going to defer to Mr. Baker to spearhead the conversation on this. There was a lot of comments at the December 6th public hearing regarding reduction or potential elimination of parking in certain areas and under certain scenarios. Yeah, so I'll let Brian take it.
Yeah, so you'll know that group Sustainable Streets Norwalk submitted a memo about the options of eliminating minimum parking requirements. They gave sort of 2 different recommendations. One was a zone-based elimination of parking, and the other was based on proximity to mass transit stations. So what I did here was I took those 2 options and kind of formulated text based on each. So option 1 is the proximity to a train station, which is already in the existing regulations. Sustainable Streets Norwalk and the 10 or so folks who spoke on behalf of them, suggested increasing those percentage reductions for new developments in those areas. And then option 2 was a zone-based elimination of parking, which we would potentially do for the CD4 and CD4W zones, which is from Wall Street down to the South Norwalk train station. The idea being that when we put in parking requirements, you end up, that cost gets passed on to the people who live there. So it makes their apartment units more expensive. So there's research out there that details how much your rent is increased because you are essentially bundled in with a parking space. And then this is not to say that a new development would come in and they wouldn't provide parking. It just means that they're able to come up with a number that's more flexible and based on what they think is appropriate. So I just put those 2 options in there and then just gave some information based on essentially how parking impacts affordability, the environment, tax revenue. Again, I mean, this is a little bit off of that, but you know, when you look at a Walmart site that's 10 acres and we say this is your parking requirement, essentially saying that half of your property has to be paved. That's 5 acres of land that generates no tax revenue. And that's because of our zoning regulations that say you have to put that much parking in.
And we see this play out in real life, like on the Meadow Street project, we asked why, Tammy, I remember you asking why are you building more down there? And they were like, the parking. We've seen this play out time and time again.
Yeah, but on the other side of the argument, we've heard people say they can't get financing unless they have a certain minimum amount of
Yeah, that's
parking.
where they would have the flexibility. They would go and say, I want to do a project and provide this much
Right.
parking. And
Yeah, let them figure that out.
Yeah.
Right, and so it removes us having this additional regulation of us determining a number that makes sense and letting them work it out for what makes sense for their property, for their insurance, for their financing, whatever it may be that they need for their development, whatever they need to be doing, right sizing it.
One thing I think we might want to consider though, particularly in Sono where you have a lot of restaurants. I don't know how many buildings are going to be torn down or rebuilt down there. But if people that want to patronize those restaurants can't find a parking space, and they're not all going to walk there. I mean, I think we did have a number of young people that came and said, oh, they would like to walk or bike everywhere, but that's a small percentage of the population, and people that are going out for dinner want to drive to the restaurant, find a parking space easily. And so maybe I don't want to like micromanage spot zone these things, but when you're in the commercial zones that have a lot of small businesses, they need parking or else people aren't going to patronize those businesses and then we're going to have empty storefronts. It's different. Walmart parking lot, which was full all the time, by the way, PS on Connecticut Avenue. It was never not full. But
yeah, the problem is when, so for example, if you're on Washington Street, you're in Wall Street, and you're in a historic building that has 0 parking on site.
right.
Say you had a retail use in there, and we say, all right, a retail use has parking of 1 per 200 square feet of floor area, and that retail use goes out of business. And a restaurant comes in and says, I would like to open up a restaurant here. Now we're in the position of saying, well, you need to come up with X amount of more parking spaces, and they can't. There's no parking on their property.
That's why we have probably more vacant spots, because companies want to come in.
So we already have the problem, in other words. Are we fixing it?
I would think so on a number of fronts.
Maybe. I don't know.
To respond a bit to what you were saying before, I think we do have a good amount of like parking garages in and around the Washington Street and Wall Street areas. Something I found I actually took for the first time a week or 2 back was the Wheels to You bus. I don't know if anyone's tried that before, but it's $2 and now it picks up in door to door most of Norwalk. Like they just expanded the service and they're working on expanding it more. And yeah, it was awesome. I took it bar hopping the other night and it was great. It was absolutely wonderful. Maybe I should have.
That puff crawl.
Yeah, and
I was invited to that.
it was $2, and it was great. And what's great about that is
A lot cheaper than an Uber.
A bar crawl, right?
Right.
Because you don't have to worry about driving home. It's much
Yeah.
cheaper than an Uber. At the end of the night, I took an Uber and like it was more. That Uber ride home was more than I paid going all between the
All
different
your-
bars.
Well,
Yeah, and so I think that there's some good parking options for those that want to park, but I think expanding some of those other services, and this also puts more demand on TMP to improve those services, which I think benefit a lot of people.
I don't think a lot of people know about all the parking garages around the city because there's not enough signage.
Yeah, no, it's something that,
Yeah.
People are inherently lazy. They want to park as close to wherever they're going. And I don't think you're going to erase that out of human nature, even with all the good options. But anyway,
There's,
I think that's great.
there's a couple of points I want to make on this issue. One is the House and Senate and the US House and Senate just last week introduced two bills to limit corporate landlords from buying properties and or over a certain amount of properties. New York Times had a front page article, and this relates to parking, and I promise it'll be just a second. New York Times had a front page article probably a month ago showing in Charlotte, North Carolina, 50% of the houses in a lower income, high minority neighborhood were bought up by corporations, corporate landlords, hedge funds, and to turn into rentals. And they're not passing on the savings of having, let's say, less parking requirements onto their tenants. Because they are in business to maximize their profits to their shareholders. Point I brought up earlier about Manresa. And so if we eliminate parking, let's say within the certain distance of the train station, parking requirements in order to make housing more affordable, if properties are going to be bought up by corporate landlords, which is a trend, and it's a really scary trend. It's happening because they pay cash and they outbid folks. And this is happening in my neighborhood. We have landlords, we don't know who they are, and they're breaking all the rules. They really don't care because they're just trying to maximize their profit. And they don't care if people are parking all over the front lawn or, whatever. So I would just suggest perhaps going a little slow if we're going to be talking about eliminating parking requirements for residential zones. And I believe we're not at this point, which I think I think we can eventually, but we need to make sure that we are not just going to be maximizing profits for corporate landlords who are not going to pass the savings of reduced parking on to their tenants, because that's not guaranteed. Even though on paper it looks good. I certainly agree with everything in the Sustainable Streets memo, and I'm all for it. There actually has not been enough time for the cities that have reduced parking requirements to do studies to see the impacts. It's really about 10 years that this has been a growing trend. And really, I could find no evidence, no studies that went back and looked at the impact and just to see if it actually did lower housing costs and encourage more affordable housing. So the other issue I want to bring up is spillover. When parking requirements are reduced, there's no guarantee that someone who wants to live a car-free lifestyle is going to be living in these places, and it's more than likely that someone who has a car or two cars will be renting a house, let's say, or buying a house that didn't have a parking requirement. They're still going to want to park their cars, and it's going to create spillover, it's called, into nearby residential neighborhoods. So we're going to have to either decide as a city, which I know that there are certain people like at TMP who are not supportive of this, but the residential parking permit issue that I know Anna, if she was here, would be bringing up because she, it's a important topic in East Norwalk where she lives. And the spillover is an issue. And in my neighborhood in South Norwalk, in Golden Hill, we do have people who do long-term car storage. And they gather trash and leaves, and the street cleaners can't come by, and those cars sit there for weeks and months. And they're basically, I think, people that live in South Norwalk in apartment buildings who have an extra car, and they just park up in our neighborhood, and there's a lot more cars than there used to be. So I think that we just need to be conscious of the impacts on existing neighborhoods. And, but I do think that, because what Sustainable Streets was asking for was really a wholesale elimination of parking requirements in residential zones and on all of
Yeah.
the zones. So I would be less supportive of the proximity to the train station, considering all the residential neighborhoods that are,
And more supportive of the CD4.
yes.
Yeah, I mean.
And
one
I
thing
think
is-
eventually I want to reach the Sustainable Streets goals eventually, but we're going to have some controls in place to protect existing residents in existing neighborhoods so that they don't basically become parking lots for the spillover from could be a good intention by the city, but may have repercussions that could be negative on existing residents.
Like, cause I know you're a Rutgers alma mater, or alum, but just found a study that Rutgers did for New Jersey revealing could save more than 1,000 on rent. And I can send that over to you.
Yes.
So I think there's a lot of evidence that points to that, or that's happening. And even our own housing authority said along the lines of they'd want to build more, but they couldn't.
But I'd like to see that, does that study look at the car ownership of the people?
Oh, whether it reduces car ownership? I don't know. It talks about the rent aspect of it. I don't think it talked, I don't, just looking at it quickly.
Yeah, because do all those people that are living in more affordable homes because they don't have parking actually not have cars? Because
Some do. I mean, that's what a lot of stuff in California has shown.
There's another way to look at it too, whereas parking is often used as the constraining factor on whether a development goes forward or not, whether they can build it based on how much money if they can make money off of it. So parking ends up stopping a lot of housing projects from coming in the first place. And those are usually probably your smaller developments, less than 10 units.
But with the influx of the corporate landlords that has become such a problem that Congress, House of Representatives, and the Senate both introduced bills. It was from one party, but it was still, and there's probably unlikely that with the current Congress that these are going to pass. But the reason being is that I don't think savings are going to be passed on to the tenants. It's simply going to increase the return on investment for the corporate landlord.
If they're the ones getting it potentially.
Yeah, and so what is,
There's public authorities who are also met to the same standard who get caught into this parking requirements thing. That's the point I was making. Like the housing authority literally said when Tammy asked a couple weeks ago on Meadow Street, like, this is the perfect spot. Why wouldn't you build more here? Their response was, we can't get enough land for parking. We're capping it.
And I think, I think affordability is like a big part of this. I also think walkability comes into play, where having fewer driveways, fewer garages, right, and the ability for more of those storefronts, more of the street activation through lower parking minimums. Like one of the places, I can't remember what it is, the name of it right now, that's in CD4, is this distillery in Sonoma, like 1420. Thank you. It's like in the middle of a parking lot. And it's like very set in from the street. Like it'd be great for that to be like street activated, along the sidewalk and not have to have what looked like, 30 plus parking spots in front of
When
it
we
there.
talk about sustainability aspects, like breaking our car dependency and the fossil fuel.
Let's not get diverted. Let's keep this moving.
Yeah. So do you want-
Where do we stand on this?
So there's two options. Well, you have three options. Essentially, one is keep it as proposed, which is the what's in the proposed regulations. There's two, which is to eliminate parking in the CD4 and CD4W, or however you so choose. And then three is the reduction based on the proximity to the train station. There's already the proximity to the train station, but this is a increased distance and increased percentage reduction based on that.
And it sounds like Mike feels strongly around the CD4 over assuming people are inclined to do something.
Until
CD4 and CD4W seems like a great place to start.
I think so, and I just eventually there's going to have to be some resolution about the corporate landlords, because another article that I read in the last week is that the lack of affordable housing in a lot of municipal districts, that's how these that's how they divide up the country into municipal districts, into like where Stanford, Norwalk.
Stanford,
No,
Norwalk.
we're Stanford, Bridgeport.
Yeah. Stanford.
Where Norwalk
We're
is
in the
not.
middle there, right?
Yeah, we're stuck in the middle without a name. But the corporate landlords have increased. They're not, they're seeking maximum rents. And
Totally.
so until this is solved, I would say go slow on it. And aren't our current regulations reducing parking requirements from our current, this rewrite? Are we reducing some parking requirements already?
Yeah, so for some like commercial uses, retail, yeah, that is lower. Residential's largely the same, other than the reduction based on proximity to mass transit. There's those smaller reductions added on.
So we are doing that already.
That table.
It's just not going to be eliminated, but we're reducing.
Okay, again, any objection?
Oh, there it is,
to-
right in
to
front of
that?
me, sorry.
Which one? So we're
You
saying
see this in front of me.
Option two.
Option-
We're going with?
option 2
CD4 and CD4W
works for me.
works for me.
Staff comfortable with that?
Yep.
I understand it's up to us.
Yeah, and then just to add, so how this is written, we intentionally tried to word this in a way where it's properties in the CD4 and CD4W that aren't historic, and then changes in use or additions to historic buildings, because the idea is, what we're trying to say is that if you have a historic building and you're gonna knock it down, then you have to provide parking as a way to disincentivize you from knocking down historic buildings.
Okay,
That's how-
good. Let's move on.
Townhomes next.
Oh, I don't know if I put that.
Yes.
Did.
Discuss later.
That the same one?
This part of the same, Brian, or?
I mean, we could adjust that. So, the other one was,
23.
yeah, so there's, townhomes. Right now, we have it in the regulations as 2 parking spaces per townhome. So a suggestion was brought in to say, let's lower that, anywhere between 0 and 1, and then we'll put it into your field on what you, if that's appropriate, 2 is appropriate, what do you think?
I think 2 is appropriate because a townhome is going to be at least 2 bedrooms, assuming 2 adult habitants and potentially teenagers at some point in time, and they're probably going to have cars and they're going to drive. And if you don't put 2, then they're going to park on the street. And then you end up with this problem that the East Norwalk neighbors are talking about now and other neighborhoods around town.
Is this individual townhome or clusters?
So these would be, so yeah, you'd have at least 3 attached for it to be a
Right.
town. So it'd be 3 attached units at
The
least.
thought there is, reducing the parking may actually encourage the building of townhomes, which hasn't historically happened in Norwalk. We've talked about this missing middle, and it doesn't exist. And we
And-
haven't done much to encourage it in this rewrite, and we're pretending that it's not a problem. And this seems to be one of the places to continue to try to encourage smaller footprint properties, people coming from different locations. My neighbor just moved in. I'm in a single family resident. They're 2 adults and a kid from the city. They have 1 car. They have no intention of buying a second one. Like,
How long have they lived here?
about a year.
Yeah, we're also a 1-car household, and it's with townhouses, I worry about the width of the townhouse that's allowed and how much the garage may take up or driveway may take up. I'm not sure if we allow like a townhouse where the garage is basically the frontage. That also like what's it called? It's like called the Halloween test or the trick or treat test, like where nobody's
Snout-
gonna want to like walk
Snout,
up and
oh, right.
yeah,
They're
and
also
trick or
called
treat.
snout houses because they looks like
Yeah.
a large snout in front of the house.
Like it's not a very
interesting.
good curb appeal because it's just like a big garage door and that's like the entire width of the building. And so I worry if we make it 2 spots, you need to somehow fit like 2 side by side or like 2 cars all the way in, because I presume the lots aren't going to be big enough for parking in the front. If we even permit that, and it'd have to be parking out back, which removes the backyard. And so my thought is if we do just 1 spot or 0 spots as a minimum, people could adapt, right? If they have a lot that would fit 1 or 2 spots, right? Like we don't have a maximum there, I don't
then-
think, but
But then when you have to also account for handicap parking and guest parking as well?
No.
not for a
On the townhomes.
townhouse. Yeah.
But you just said like a cluster?
Yeah, but
Well,
they
free.
count just as a single family. You don't have to provide guest parking for your.
If we, maybe. to
I
your
do
point,
think we
Jay,
should
if we
consider
had-
guest parking though, as, sorry.
No,
Coach.
please, go ahead, Darius, sorry.
Well, I already, that was all I wanted to say.
But I didn't hear it. I didn't hear what you had to say.
Oh, well, we should consider guest parking as we are going about this policy because it's a part of reality.
That's
That
right.
people, that there are some single car households, but some single car households might also want to have guests, and where will the guests park?
Sure.
I
wonder-
I would
Well, they
not,
can't park
I
on
would
the
not
street
agree
because
to
Residents only.
zero,
Parking.
zero car parking
No parking.
for townhomes.
City is.
I tend to agree with Tammy that two makes sense. I don't think it's a deal breaker. I don't think that's what's keeping people from building.
I think one, it is a better minimum to set if we're going to set something, if we're not comfortable with zero, just because we do want to encourage it. And I worry about some lots not being able to accompany two vehicles. So I don't want parking to be the reason we don't see more townhomes for folks that are quote unquote car light, right? And only have, one vehicle per household instead of one per adult or per driver.
Well,
You know, one thing in New York, you have to just drive around and drive around and drive around and find the parking units on the street. Now, I don't understand really how resident parking passes work. You know, it's a public street, it's maintained by the public, but the public doesn't get to use it. Only people who buy houses with no driveways, who have parking passes on the street, get to use the street for parking. I don't really understand that personally. You know, I think we'd be better off without parking passes. If you want to have a car, then you gotta find a place to park it. And if you have to drive around for half an hour to park your car, that's what
I
you,
think those neighbors
that's a
have-
consequence of owning a car.
Those neighbors who have that opposition or who want the parking permits is because people who are using the beach want to be, outsiders are parking on the streets.
Let's remember the streets are public domain and no one,
Yeah, just
last time I checked.
maintained by the
Okay, I'm
public.
just explaining, not excusing.
I hear you. So what are you suggesting, Galen? Are you saying, advocating for one spot, no spots, two spots?
Well, I'm saying that if we reduce the spots, if there's one spot and they choose to have two cars and they have to drive around and they have trouble parking it,
It's on them.
that's on them. That's a choice they've made. And that we shouldn't make it so that they can't park places because then they can't. It just doesn't seem fair. You know, some people get to,
So it's just a minimum, right? Like they could build two if they want, or not buy the place if it doesn't fit their like parking needs.
Right.
Right?
Right.
And so we're just basically lowering that threshold for folks who want to select a property, maybe that only has one spot, gives
Yeah,
them maybe
sure.
more living space or a bigger
Are
backyard.
we,
Some other
Yeah.
trade-off.
are we then
The villagers
Uh,
could decide.
Sure.
in agreement that one spot?
At
Is
a
that what the
minimum.
majority of the members?
At a
feel?
minimum.
yeah, I
Okay.
would vote for one spot.
Okay, Steve, before we go on to the next, where do we stand? It's 9:00.
Let's get through the next one, and then I think there's a bunch of flood ones. I don't know how many I can count after that and tell you. I'm
We're making
looking at
good
my little
progress.
slide bar and we're about a third way.
How
I think there was like
Oh,
75 rows. See if we can get it done.
That's the question
Yes, yes.
I'm indirectly
We're
asking.
30% through. This goes down to row 75. We're at 24.
A lot of parts.
I think some of them are clustered together.
There's a lot of flood and a lot of parking, so I think you may have gotten through some of those. already.
Fantastic.
So,
All right,
Unless you want to
Guys,
reopen
we
that.
can do this.
well, then let's,
We're using
let's-
midnight meetings.
let's stop talking about it and do it.
So one it is.
The next two, yeah, this one too, right?
Oh, yeah.
The next two, I think, are clarifications and similar items to what you just talked about. I think the one in row 24 kind of goes hand in hand with what you just talked about.
Okay, then let's move on.
unless there's questions. Again, very similar on row 25.
We just.
Okay,
I
So
don't
the
think-
red text is new, just clarifying that.
right.
We're not trying to, we don't encourage anybody to.
Okay, Manresa, we don't need to discuss.
Next
so-
one is moot.
So now we're on row 27.
Yep. This was a request that came in regarding from Attorney Blank. Had several suggestions related to CD4 zone, CD4Z, 4C, extended stay hotels and parking. Staff agreed with him on items 1, item 2, item 3. We did not go with, we modified his request on item 4 for Wall Street to keep Wall Street at 4th, but allow a 5th story by special permit.
Mhm.
And he requests for number 5 would allow Isaac Street, which presently allows 6 stories to remain at 6 stories, and staff didn't have any opposition to
Okay.
that. The next one, number 6, he was looking for a height bonus for providing 50+ parking spaces in a development. Unfortunately, there's a particular development that is required to already provide 88 public spaces in there as part of an agreement, so I don't think it's a good idea to give them credit for something they're already required to provide.
Okay, so, is there any objection to, approving the new language for items 1 through 5?
This was the letter that talked about the like green, like the solar on the roof as well as giving the bonus by right? Yeah.
I think he referenced some of the sustainability requirements as a cost prohibitive measure.
Oh,
I
interesting.
think that was in that same letter, or there was a second.
Is the Tyvek Temple on Isaac Street 6 stories?
It's 6+ in spots.
How many more plus? Like
It's like 6.5. And
Oh,
so not
okay.
the whole building, but a
Right.
portion of it's above 6, but a portion's at 6.
Right, okay, thank you. So if you approve number 6 in this 1 through 6,
I'm suggesting 1 through 5. but
only 1 through 5.
Yes,
I don't want things taller than 6 stories.
Right.
I would go with that. Not.
okay. Feeling of a mix, okay? Galen, Richard,
Yes, I'm fine.
Richard?
Yes.
Okay. JJ?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Good, let's move on.
I'm sorry, but though then would you eliminate number 6 in that block?
Yes,
Okay, but I didn't, nobody said that.
I'm sorry, thank you
Okay.
for that.
We had made, jumped quite a bit. We had made several changes in response to correspondence from the Dardellas with some quick changes they wanted to see in the marine commercial zone that staff had agreed to. And I think the commission had also already agreed to. This question came in regarding buffer requirements. Just reading through my notes again, sorry. Yeah, there's not specific suggested language, but then we could look at something if you're in agreement that the buffering standard that's proposed, what they're saying is just too stringent. And I tend to agree with them that I think it was 100-foot standard is too much. And I think that otherwise the standard is 25 feet, if I'm recalling correctly.
What area do they have in mind with this?
Were they talking about the property that abuts Calf Pasture Beach and that we were saying their building has to be 100 feet from our beach property?
No, from the residential to the north.
Oh, I see.
So like Island Drive or that little neighborhood?
If we could table that one till the end and I'll pull up the actual regulation.
Okay,
I don't want to.
okay, then let's move on.
Yeah, if you could search for that.
I thought we agreed on the Conservation Commission.
Yeah,
on
we
that one.
talked about the Conservation Commission request, but I don't know if you formally
I'm sorry, I thought we had, but okay.
Yeah, Brian and I were talking, we couldn't quite remember what exactly you decided. I think you read through it, said makes sense, but not specifically went through the, minute details.
You may be right.
Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So in essence, this is really dealing with site activity that's occurring outside of the scope of a permit. So if like you're building a pool or putting in a foundation for something, these requirements don't apply. But if you just decide you're going to excavate your entire backyard, there are certain thresholds that trigger either a permit or a special permit. Or it's the same thing with the clear cutting. If you had like a 3-acre lot and you decided, I don't want to keep these 2 acres of woods anymore, and I'm just going to clear cut it, you need to come in and get a permit to do that.
Okay.
It's different. If you got a permit though, like if you're putting in a pool or building a new house, then those standards don't apply.
So this would not necessarily apply to, for example, on Crockett Street, those 2 properties that are in the flood zone that were torn down, and they put massive retaining walls on the edges of their property, and now they are filling it in with soil.
The new regulations wouldn't allow them to do that under different standards. Because there's,
Okay.
it's in a different section, but yeah, they couldn't.
Okay,
That's the tricky thing about.
We
the
all
flood
right with
zone
this one?
Lifting that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
Oh, they raised the land,
Right.
So
built
they-
on top of that, so
Here is down here and they're up here.
they're sitting on a
Okay.
hill. Hmm. Yeah, that's
okay, I think we can move on, Steve.
I'm jumping ahead because there's a lot of floodplain.
Right.
Number 37 goes to Merit 7, which we decided to table that.
Right.
Conversation. Number 37, again, that's the merits. 38 deals with EV charging stations.
Again, I thought this was one we had agreed on. In previous conversations. That EV ready just means that the wiring's in place, probably underground.
Staff response.
Oh, so we're on the Merit 7 one.
No, 38.
Is that also Merit 7? Sustainability requirement?
We're putting aside the Merit 7. When are we gonna discuss that?
Sometime in the winter time, I guess we can have
January, February.
January, probably February.
So we can do the whole zoning rewrite and then deal with.
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It's gonna be post rewrite.
Okay, I see.
This is.
Oh, okay. I think, okay.
Yeah, so for Merit 7, they had a couple issues about the solar on the roof and then the EV charging. We think that no change is needed. When we looked at the solar for the roof, we said usable roof area. So if you have mechanicals up on your roof that
Right.
obviously you need to provide access to, you don't have to put solar
Mhm.
on those portions. And then for the EV chargers, it was 10 spaces, 10% of the spaces need to have the EV chargers. And then 50% have to be EV ready, which is, I think Steve just said that you just pretty much put the conduit in. So if the market
Right.
demands, you can put in the actual charger.
Exactly. Okay,
I'm sorry, the Merit 7 representative also brought up the requirement for first floor commercial space, how that could impact them because those buildings weren't
Right.
designed for that.
Oh,
So is that again another issue that?
that's again,
Yeah.
part of the
Actually,
future discussion.
And for the record, I thought that actually was a valid concern.
Yeah, we agree with them.
Okay,
There was too many moving parts to try to clean it all up right
Right.
now. So we can.
there's no rush on that, I guess, right now.
I don't think so.
They probably need some clarity soon because they said their buildings are going empty, which
Right.
was a
Yeah, I mean, technically.
terrible
they
news
can-
for the
They can
city.
retrofit those existing buildings to put residential in, but I don't think they want.
All right, let's not get sidetracked.
Yes, sir.
Moving on.
Next one is a clarification just related to the workforce housing regulations. The new standard does require for non-residential construction to also provide the 1% fee. The language recommended was to exempt municipal projects from that because it really doesn't make sense for the city to charge.
Pay
the city,
itself, right.
which just causes headaches. So that's the staff recommendation for that. Next one is something that we talked about a while ago. And we wanted to make sure we got it into the final discussion. I don't know, jumped.
Yeah, so this was, Mr. Williams had brought this one up, which was trying to curb the proliferation of more vape shops. So we proposed creating a new use specifically called vape shop, making it permitted with limitations use in the CD3C, which is your main Ave and Route 1 corridor, and then a special permit with limitations in the CD4. And then we listed the limitations, which is include separation distances similar to what we do for cannabis shops. So they have to be at least a mile apart from another one. They have to have signage on doors that says anyone under the age of 18 has to be accompanied by a legal guardian. They can't serve alcohol. Some of this was, we looked at other towns who've come up with language for this. There's not that many of them. So we kind of looked at what they had come up with and kind of stole some of what their language was. Borrowed.
Okay.
And then we have a definition there. I think I did make a tweak to this definition since we did send it to you, which was to change the definition to say the display of electronic nicotine delivery system and vapor products, because that is what the state of Connecticut general statutes has defined the term as, and then just linked that as defined by the Connecticut general statutes, so that we're making sure that the
Okay.
definition is in accordance with that.
Any objection to that?
Darius, I know you were a big proponent of this. Does this meet what you were hoping for?
Yes, still would love to continue the discussion around liquor stores and smoke shops generally. This definitely is a great start.
Okay, thank you, Darius. Okay,
I was just curious, when, if this is approved tomorrow, I suppose, when would this go into effect? Are we going to see a massive influx of vape shop applications right before? And how many vape shops could stay in business? Are there that many people that vape? I mean, this just sounds crazy.
I've heard
That-
they're high margin.
that
They
is
don't
not-
know anything
That
more
is
than
not even an issue. I don't know anybody that vapes. I really don't.
Do you know?
I may have a cousin in New Mexico.
I mean,
who vapes.
am I missing something here? Is
I
this,
think like a lot of people
Yeah.
under the age of 40.
should I consider vaping?
No.
that is inadvisable, Mike.
Oh, okay. How do you know I'm not vaping right now?
Just drive down Main Street in Sono.
All right, let's
I-
move on to that
I don't like
second.
regulating markets. I mean, if the market could bear vape shops, I guess, God bless them, but
Well, vape shops and smoke shops, liquor stores on nearly almost every corner and so close to one another.
yeah,
Like gas stations used to be.
yeah. All right. Well, I'm just was asking the question about.
Go ahead, what's next?
This was just to show you what the language change was, but there was, I think this was a commission generated comment related to the clause in the waterfront club definition. We checked with the city's inclusion officer, for lack of a better term, and she suggested the language at the bottom, which is really dealing with the discrimination clause at the end of the definition.
Mhm, mhm.
So that's her text, copy and pasted.
Okay.
Next one is related to, I think this pops up in the map comments as well.
Cottage Street. Oh,
Yeah, it was related to Cottage Street. You did hear a couple comments from a few individuals that they did not want to see Cottage Street
Right.
upzoned. Some of them cited the fact that several properties didn't have any parking now. Staff's only response would be, well, that's because they don't have any parking is why they're parking on the street. And if you develop new, you will have to provide your parking on site.
Unless we just eliminated the parking.
Not for that.
right. Is there any objection?
we
No,
No, not.
Not on Cottage Street.
Did,
But was,
I would've-
it was CD4 originally, but it's now CD3.
oh,
So it's going from a 2-family into essentially what is the D or neighborhood business zone today, so the 1 per 1650 density.
Right.
So it does move into a 2-family to a multifamily zone.
But it's not the CD4 urban core zone.
which is Seaview Avenue around the corner, I
Right.
think, right?
And there are
CD3.
multifamily developments on that street.
CD3.
I would leave it how it is on the map today, which is upzone.
Yep, there was fewer single-family developments than there were multi-family, or two or multi.
That's why they don't have enough parking.
The map that was,
It's like,
I also don't know, are we able to even entertain downzoning it based on what Mr. Branson was saying, or sorry, Attorney Branson was saying at the outset? Are we able to? I don't know that we're.
We've already proposed it. That's not an issue. The only change we could make would be to
Upzone it to CD4 or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
it was upzoned. It used to be
Yeah,
Oh, but the most recent,
D
Was
zone.
CD3.
yeah, you could leave it as the current,
Right.
consistent with the current zoning today, which would be a two-family zone, or
Okay.
proposed is to take it to the CD3, which is the lighter of the multi.
Right.
gotcha.
and the map, I guess it's not going to be possible to bring it up, but you did show the colored map of the current buildings. And the majority of, this was just mentioned, I think, but the majority of the houses were already
It was a
multi-family.
mix. It was a mix of two and multi. There might have even been a single family in there.
One whole side of the street is mostly single family. But on the other side, there's a fairly significant multifamily development.
The map was convincing that you showed. That's
Yeah.
when we discussed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's about a total of, I think it's 21 properties. I think 9 of the properties were single family and the rest are either 2 or multi.
Right.
And this is totally up to the owners to decide if they want to
Yes.
change their properties, but this is something that would be incremental at most, not, there would be no immediate wholesale changes.
There may be a property owner that sees this and says, ooh, I have a chance to do something now, but no one is forcing anybody to change anything. It's if they choose to do that. So it's to their economic benefit if they sold and somebody built more than they could today.
Right.
And we looked at the lot size. I mean, they're generally around 6,000 square feet. So
Right,
you're talking
that's
about going
fine.
from a single to a max of 3 units. So it's not, you're not going to get large.
And this potentially could monetize the properties and make them more valuable for the current owners. Is that fact lost, do we think, on some folks, in terms of,
I don't
in
think
this-
that was really registering or was their concern. I think they
Right.
just didn't want they didn't want to seek change, I think is
Right.
their main issue.
and it was going to remove, do you remember how many houses it was going to remove from non-conforming to conforming?
Is, I think the 7 multifamilies.
7, which are now non-conforming. So they would be limited in terms of improvements as well to be as a non-conforming,
Potentially, yeah.
right? I mean, non-conforming, we limit to 50%, I believe
It
the,
gets destroyed by some sort of.
I just want, I'm mentioning all this to make sure that
It's not.
people are listening.
Just to the extent, it's hard to say specifically, just because even with the regs change, if they could still potentially be non-conforming. Their density could still exceed what the new change would allow. So it's hard to say for certain, but that could be the case.
Were they done by variance originally? Do we know?
We have no idea.
Brian is the historian of East
Yeah,
Norwalk zoning. so-
I've looked at that. I don't know at what zone it was in, if that went in as a PUD. That's the only thing I can think of. It went as a planned residential development. That's the only thing I could think of.
And they're 2 blocks from the East Norwalk train station?
Correct.
Is it two blocks, 3
You
blocks?
can bring up the map. Wow.
They're kind of parallel to one cemetery
The
street.
parallel cemetery,
Yeah.
right off the one block down the Van.
It's the next block on the right.
Depending on how you count blocks, it's 2 or 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I counted New York City block as a block.
And I think it's important to note too, if we are in a housing crisis.
It's
And
3 blocks.
as it exists today, a lot of big developers are happy to take advantage of that. And so it's important to kind of help out your mom and pops, the people who could put a unit or 2 in their house. And then they're probably just as likely to provide some lower rents.
So as folks get older, as they age, this could give them opportunities to basically stay in their house.
Which is something we heard in some of the public comment that was submitted to, was folks wanting to have that opportunity.
And this was the same philosophy or concept of the ADUs in terms of
Right.
So right now, all the single family houses there could have an ADU.
It could be a duplex.
It could be a duplex. Okay,
The CD3 allows for small.
well, they're currently two family.
Here's the map.
It's currently two family,
Yeah.
correct?
There's some cool older houses.
Yeah, a lot of those were multifamily, the old,
I say leave it, what we changed it to.
yeah, where's the commission on this? Well, you're the chair. Sorry.
Here's the map, assume.
Is there any objection to leaving it, as the, current language is?
I feel bad. The people came out and spoke in droves, like originally the people on Lacey Street,
Mhm.
down in East Norwalk or Ludlow Manor. Sorry, I believe Ludlow.
Right.
Manor. I think I
There's
misspoke.
Ludlow.
Yeah, Ludlow,
yeah.
sorry, not East. It's over. Okay.
I will say this is not Ludlow.
Well, Ludlow was going from 1 to 2. It
Right.
was not going to CD3. To be clear. I relate to the passion that was just, that was professed, I guess.
Cute little neighborhood, and I think it was a real oddity that big condominium building was built in there with the parking in the back underneath. Those are for sale. I applaud condominiums for sale, but anyway.
Tough call for me because I'm
There's
supporting
nothing
this in concept.
There's nothing forcing them.
This is true.
Right.
Right.
It's all up.
Right.
to
Just
them.
when property changes hands, what could happen?
Nick,
I'd want to leave it.
pardon me?
Leave it as is, as we have.
Okay,
Yeah,
Galen?
I agree.
okay, Richard,
Same.
okay. JJ,
Same.
okay, Michael,
Don't you dare.
I'm
okay,
neutral on this one.
They have free will.
right,
All right.
They have free will.
It's an illusion, JJ.
okay.
Yeah.
I'd go back.
You would change it back, all right, you're, on this one, you're in a minority.
Tammy.
All right, we leave the languages. Oh, I'm
Darius.
sorry, Darius. I sometimes forget you're there. I apologize.
It's perfectly fine. I am not across from you tonight, but yeah, I concur with Tammy on this, on Cottage Street.
Okay, so we've got
We're still in the minority on this. So.
two who want to change it back, but we have a majority that wants to keep the staff language. So let's move on.
The next one was a public comment from the meeting regarding number of townhouses. I think the staff had a tweet. Well, they had some very general comments about adding more housing, affordability issues, and also duplexes and townhomes, and staff had a recommended changes.
Yes, the regs right now, as proposed, limit townhouses to be at least 3 units, but no more than 8 attached. So I think the suggestion is potentially, if we want to encourage more of them, just get rid of the cap on how many can be attached.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
I think you just
Okay.
have to, I don't know if you have to tweak in there, are allowed to attach no more than 8. I guess that's the strikeout that you're also.
Yeah, I just deleted
Right.
the 8 max.
Okay, Steve, I'm going to ask my question again. Where do we stand
I
in
think
terms
we're
of
doing
time?
pretty good, Mr. Chairman. I think the next 5 or 6 are gonna come off in like 30 seconds, so you'll be 2/3 of the way there. It's your call.
But JJ actually had wanted to leave at the break. I encouraged her to stay, not knowing that this was going to run this long. But she was going to get online at home.
No, it's okay. I just got a text.
Oh,
Said I'm gonna be late. He said, no worries.
okay,
Let's do it. I have
okay, then
munchkins.
let's,
I have munchkins for everyone. Who cares?
Munchkin.
why don't you just pass
Awesome
those
for the
around?
camera.
Stu Brand, yeah.
Yeah,
Brian?
I need a sugar break.
Sure.
You pass them to Chapin passes them to Tammy, and so.
So I'll talk while you guys eat. The next one was related to, we did get several correspondences related
we're just
to
eating.
increased areas and number of kids within daycares in the city. There is there was a change to the state, something in the state statute related to the starting age for kindergarten kids. You had to be
Right.
5 at the start of the school year, as opposed to being 5 during a certain time within the school year. So that's probably gonna lead to more kids needing daycare next year. We don't know what that impact is, so our recommendation is give us a little time to work with Board of Ed on projections.
Mhm.
And then we'll come back with some ideas and proposals and we can figure it out before the middle of the year and then people can plan accordingly for the fall.
How does that translate into more kids in daycare? I thought it translates to more kids in school.
No, it's the other way.
They'd
Right now you
have to
age
stay in
up
daycare
into
and-
kindergarten. Right now you can't go into kindergarten until you're 5. A lot of kids say if your birthday's earlier on, you could be 4. So like my son wanted to be in kindergarten right now. He's in
Okay.
September.
Steve,
It's gonna be a big deal.
Steve,
Thank you
what
very
is the
much.
current language on this?
There's really no language at all. It's
Okay,
The,
okay, so we're just putting off making a decision.
yeah, we need to
Fine.
evaluate it more. I can't make it right.
And, but just to be clear, we had made it 6, I believe. Did we establish 6? Oh, up to 12.
So
There's 3 classifications for daycare. There's like in-home where you have like your kids plus a number of kids. Then you can do 6 to 12, then 12 plus, but that's usually reserved for bigger facilities and more
Right.
commercial areas.
Because the person who spoke had been approved by the state to go higher.
Yes.
And, but we were limiting her to.
That's
6.
right.
So the state has, there's a family daycare home and group daycare home. Family daycare home is up to 6 children, group daycare home is up to 12. And the state says you have to permit them in single family zones no matter what. So they have to be
Right.
in those zones.
So you don't want to tinker with those numbers because those numbers are in the statutes. So you can't be easier on the 6 and 12s because they're already permitted in all residential zones by state law. But as to permissiveness for the over 12, that's something you can certainly examine.
Thank you.
We,
Is that by special permit?
So,
I'm sorry.
So in a single family zone, as far as I know, you're capped at that 12. I don't think we give you another sort of like nursery school use that goes higher than that, other than child daycare center, but those are only permitted, like in your commercial zones. So that's like Bright Beginnings, more of like your bigger facilities.
But a nursery school has a completely different definition than
Yeah.
daycare.
Right, I'd have to look and see what we.
On other schools.
I remember the person spoke passionately and it was a convincing argument, you know, it was so heartfelt. And I thought, oh, maybe we could make this a little looser, but you're saying, let's just wait.
Let's move on to, let's
Yeah.
move on to the next item.
real quick, Mr. Schulman, if you don't mind, could we, if we're gonna reevaluate it, can we make that early in the winter, early this, upcoming year to take?
Yeah, we have to, I think it'd be February, March.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thanks.
That's fine.
The next 4, I don't have any comments on besides what we put in the,
Yeah, I would ignore them.
Cool.
we didn't ignore them, but we just.
Well, you know what I mean, in terms of our taking any action on
No
that.
action.
Yes. no,
Exactly.
Same with number 50, I think
There's
we
no action.
understand what
Right.
his concerns are. Staff doesn't disagree, but offers no changes at this time. 51 were several comments were related to kind of all over the place, to be honest with you. Staff does not necessarily disagree with certain things, but offers no proposed changes at this time as well.
Right.
Well, she spoke about the East Avenue. Oh, there it is. Distances to groceries.
She also talked about restaurants around the green and whatnot.
Which you're already, which
Yeah,
you're
we
already
did- we
addressing.
did some of the stuff that she suggested, and then other stuff is probably stuff we'd have to look at.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Tanner Thompson.
Were addressed as part of parking.
Okay.
Mr. Bonifant's comments, and I think staff did agree with one that I think could warrant further discussion, but I think it's, maybe you've already decided, but related to the North 7 master plan in terms of the amount of retail space provided. I think it's a fair comment he brought up, but I think there's also the flip side is what's worse, not having as much retail there that may be needed versus having unfilled space that's empty and vacant. I mean, so it's a tricky puzzle to solve. So
Well-
I'd almost let the applicant figure out what they think is best for their project.
And I brought the point up, not when Rich spoke, because we weren't speaking, we weren't addressing, but when we were talking about Glover Avenue, I'm sorry, we had talked about the fact that that whole area is a mixed-use district and the new train station has a pedestrian bridge over the railroad track, which would allow those residents to take a short walk or, in a wheelchair, there would be an elevator, so it'll be accessible, but they can get over to Main Avenue where there's a lot of commercial, so that the idea that this was office, residential, and commercial all mixed together in a concentrated zone pointed to the fact that we didn't need as much commercial exactly on site at Glover Avenue. I brought that point up because it's a short walk. It isn't now. I think the bridge is opening any day.
Yeah, it's imminent.
I haven't
So
seen a
when you
ribbon
say
cut.
Commercial, do you mean retail?
Retail and restaurants and
Right.
sort of ground floor, yeah.
But I think that, I thought that we wanted to support retail on ground floors and to activate the area.
Let's hold that conversation until we start talking about Merit 7.
Oh,
Yeah, but-
That,
okay.
Well,
let's, in the meantime, concentrate on.
Yeah, and that was a small reduction, to be honest. It was.
I
Yeah.
respectfully disagree,
Oh.
and I agree with JJ. We want dead, why give them more housing? And when there's nothing there to buy, we're just going exactly against not having a car and increasing so people can shop where they live, so they can walk to it. It's nice to think that somebody's gonna go up the stairs in the elevator, across Merit 7, down, across Main Avenue, which is not a pedestrian-friendly road to cross, to go to the vape shop or the cannabis shop that's right there. I mean, there's not a lot of stuff to buy. There's no grocery store there. And so if we let them get away with not putting retail, and the trend changes and maybe people don't have a car that live in that building, we've got to encourage them to put the retail there to encourage people to get out of their cars.
All
I
right,
thought it-
again, this is not the
Coming back.
Okay.
topic for tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's
The North 7 application is going to be in front of the commission in January, so I think that's the time you
Right.
can
Okay.
readdress.
I'll give Mr.
Okay.
Waters my
Except
opinion.
me.
What is next?
The next is we're skipping 53, which is talking about flood and Zoom
Right.
and that stuff. 54 for the comment that was raised that about upzoning, which I think there were some compliments and insults in the same
Right,
comment period. Staff replied with a response on that. Again, another comment related to reducing parking in and around TOD, lack of option for renters. I think that was all addressed as part of the parking discussion. There were comments, gentlemen spoke about not eliminating commercial uses or eliminating industrial land or opportunities for industrial uses within the city. And I think that has been addressed as part of the industrial zone study and also the rezoning, allowing the additional marine uses in the CD 3W and the 4W zones. I think we've addressed that with many of our existing regulation rewrites. No comments on the next one.
Right.
No. There was something Ms. Smirniotopoulos said that wasn't accurate about having to come in and get permits to cut trees. That's not true. We've discussed that. It's already dealing with, really, if you're clear cutting an acre of land, you don't have a permit to do something else. That's really when that issue comes up.
So that to be clear, this is not a tree ordinance type of situation. I know there was some confusion on that. Which I had an interest in as well, but yeah.
Next two comments were related to flood and also Manresa, which we've talked about quite a bit. There were some comments related to, from Ms. Cece, related to the substantial improvement question, as well as several items related to changes in East Norwalk related to the EVTZ, upzoning certain areas. She mentioned Selden Street and Cottage Street. We talked quite a bit about sustainability and the EVTZ changes, and I think those have been agreed to. Also questioning the rezoning, which also the next speaker talked about on Seaview Avenue. We haven't talked about that, but staff is not recommending any changes to the regulations based on either of those comments. I'll jump to the next one. And stop me if you have questions, otherwise, unless we have specific changes, I'll just keep going through.
67.
67, yeah, this is, again, this, no specific recommendations for changes here. There were some items where, probably warrant further conversation down the road, but not necessarily relevant for inclusion or adoption considerations. Next comment was number 70 related to parking. We should probably talk about number 70, or is it 70 or 70? The deep comment, the deep letter. Deep had raised a few concerns, not
I'm
unexpected.
still on the meeting. Still on the meeting.
Not sure who that was.
Sounded like Anna.
Oh. So there were, the three kind of topic areas that we summarized from what Deep had said. And I think we've addressed these and I understand where they're coming from. By and large, if you look at the rezoning in and along the harbor, there were really only 2 areas in a total of 4 parcels that were really changing. 3 of them we discussed a little earlier were buying properties off of Harbor and Commerce, and the other one was down by Goldstein Place. And I think the recommendations for change there all came out of the process.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm in the meeting. I thought I told you. I'm sorry.
Anna, can you mute yourself?
Yes, I was muted. I'm sorry.
All good.
I don't know why I keep unmuting. I'm really sorry.
That's okay. So as part of that, as the adoption of the industrial waterfront study, there were recommendations very specific to those parcels, and that's the direction that the commission ultimately went in. I don't see any reason to change that based on Deep's comments. I don't disagree with them that if you increase the ability to do residential in waterfront areas, that the potential for displacement of waterfront uses is possible. It's a logical concern. But as we talked about, what we aim to do, assuming we can come up with a way to provide safe, dry access from those properties, is to use the other uses like multifamily or mixed use to financially incentivize the water dependent uses and keep them as viable businesses. That's kind of the model that we're shooting for. Let me see if there's anything else worth addressing, but I don't think so. I think that kind of summarizes things.
On the ADUs, oh, go ahead.
No, you have.
Oh, go ahead. After you.
Steve, how does incentivizing how does allowing multifamily use, say on Goldstein Place, incentivize water use on the river there?
Yeah,
What are you envisioning?
Yeah, so Goldstein Place is different because that's a separate property from the Marine Commercial Zone watershed properties. That property was taken as part of the walk bridge.
Right.
Who it goes back to at the end of the day is still, I think, a little bit in the air. I think the city would probably prefer to see it be something where there's more waterfront access. Maybe it's more green space. Maybe it's something with more public amenity and public benefit than what was there previously. But again, that's a little bit undetermined. I don't think we were necessarily looking at that particular property as a mixed use development. We were focused, I was talking more so along Water Street, that area.
Okay, so you envision on the street side of Water Street, some potentially housing, but then some boat or water dependent use, whatever that water dependent use is on the water side of that property. And how do we regulate that if it's owned one parcel?
So the regulation that was actually proposed as part of the waterfront study had a metric in there. So the first 250 feet could be this mixed use model, and then the rear would be something else. And that depends on when you get to the north side of the Water Street parcels, those properties are pretty narrow. So in theory, most of that would be a mixed use kind of cluster. If you think about that property, which is the first property south of Washington Street on the east side of Water Street, it's got that mixed use building at the street, and it's got a residential building in the back with boat slips. So that model could work on those narrow parcels. When narrow is probably not the right word, the shallow parcels. So they're not very deep.
And the channel was close there too, don't forget.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. But as you get further south on Water Street, the properties get very deep. And then you have that ability to have a different type of water dependent use on the backside.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move.
Quick question, you jumped over the ADU comments?
Yeah,
Did I do that? Or
it was in,
It's part of that,
Lorcello's.
Mr. Lorcello's comments.
So there's, I just want to point out too, with the ADUs, there's a discrepancy that we should address, which I think is, in one section, the ADU regs, it says you need to provide the additional parking space, and then you get later into the parking section and it says ADUs don't need parking spaces. So, it's definitely one thing that we pick which one is the correct parking requirement.
Yeah, ADU should have a parking.
They should have parking. Assumedly, they're on larger parcels, so therefore, otherwise you're going to be parking on the street.
Right, and you'll
Right.
have that overspill that Mike talked about.
It's one spot per eight.
Right.
Current.
One
For ADU.
Right.
Where it does get tricky, and I think you have some room too, is, so you have a lot of older, like B-zone properties, which they have a 6-foot setback and they built the house pretty much setback to setback, and they have the single wide driveway, 1-car garage. Now, sometimes they're able to provide an additional parking space, but how it's written now is we say you technically need to come up with 3, because technically the single family house is supposed to have 2 spaces plus the 1 ADU space. So I don't know if for those instances, if it makes sense just to say 1 for your house plus 1 for the ADU.
Well, maybe you segregate it by zone then.
Do we have the language? I don't recall if it's still in after all this time, sorry. For the allowance for additional parking in the front yard with proper screening, and it was going to be pervious, et cetera. And it was varied by zone, but it was a way to at least show some flexibility here to allow a parking spot if somebody wanted it. And I know that's a hot topic, but it's something as a landscape architect, I've seen that be really limiting to many people to not have any parking in the front setback at all. So courtyards, you know, a turnout so that you don't have to back out into traffic, et cetera. That's why that was the impetus for that, right? And so that's still in there. So if someone does have an option, if we maintain the 1-car requirement, to utilize that regulation to actually add a space, but it would have to be approved by zoning staff. Correct? And then it would have to be a plan they would submit to do that. It would be screened, et cetera. So I would, you know, there could be pressures on neighbors with, I still think we ought to keep it the way it is now, with the 1 space, and I'm not sure where did it say in the regs that we didn't require ADU?
So there's the ADU specific section, which says you need to provide the additional space. And then
Yes.
later in the regs, under the parking section, it said ADUs are exempt from parking.
Oh,
So there was an issue. obviously.
so that just came from the form, maybe
It
that
was
came from the.
an edit.
Yeah, it's right.
Yeah.
Somewhere along
Yeah.
those lines.
I think that's noble, but I think for now, let's not move too fast on that, I think.
Yeah,
Not that it matters to me, but I mean, I don't think you should move too fast on it. We want to make sure ADUs are popular and that there's not going to be a backlash from neighbors against them, because then, you know, that can create a lot.
and
of
the other thing with ADUs is a consideration of, do you think the size is right? Right, and we've heard from a few
Right.
of the people putting it in that 750 is tight. Do we want to go to 1,000?
Well, we allow in-house up to 1,000.
Living space, 750
Right.
square feet of living space, which means the dwelling itself would actually be a lot bigger. I don't know that. We
Alright.
talked about that a long time ago. You remember?
All right, we've agreed to take out the language that says the parking requirements don't apply.
But that's specific to a zone where you're probably not gonna see ADUs.
Right,
But it
understood.
sounds like everyone's at the 1 space.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay?
I would like to look at it per zone, but that's.
Yeah, I mean, the sustainable street memo and position would be to eliminate it for ADUs, I'm sure, but I think eventually maybe we'll get there as a city, but anyway, I think right now we're trying to encourage ADUs, but also not create conflict with neighbors. Because that can backfire.
So
Next one, staff response, or recommendation came out of it was in response to the Westcog letter, which we sent out.
I have one response to
I
that one.
stand corrected.
Sorry. So in the Westcog memo, they did point out they point out a few things, but one thing that was a good catch on their part was in the CD4 and CD4W zones. This was probably more of a clerical issue than a rewrite, but just to flag it. They put drive-through locations, and because in the CD4 and CD4W, we were not allowing drive-throughs, it became not permitted, and then they kept in the text in rear yard only. So how it reads is not permitted in rear yard only.
Okay,
So-
make the correction.
Then the next, there's only two more for you guys to talk about. We have to go back to the one we have to look at again.
Right.
There was an error on our part that Attorney Suchi pointed out. 7 Smith Street is private property and it got put in the CV zone because it butts up against Mill Hill.
Mhm.
So we recommend just putting that back to the correct zone, which should be the East Ave Village District.
That's fine. Okay,
The last one was a memo that you received a couple days before the hearing, and the interested parties spoke at your hearing specific to 151, 153 Ely Ave. And if you want, we could pull up a map to show where that is, if it's helpful for you guys.
why don't you go ahead?
Before I bring you up.
Yeah.
Before I pull up the map, just basically, the property right now, is in the C residence zone, which allows 1 and 2 family. The new regulations would mimic that. He's requesting that he be considered, to upzone to the CD3, which is the lower density multifamily. At which case he could redevelop it to be kind of what he envisions is like the gateway to the, Ely Ave area, which is kind of a neat area, which I think over time is gonna look cool. I think it's got the cool bones. It just doesn't have the reinvestment in it. I don't think it's a big ask, but it's your decision.
So it's these two
I
properties
agree.
here.
It's near the train station.
In the purple.
Yeah, they
Right.
like it.
He wants.
Is it purple?
So,
Well,
yeah,
whatever
so,
color you
sorry,
call it.
yeah, so the two family zone is the yellow or orange, and then the multifamily zone is, the pinkish. So they would like to be
Pink.
in the pinkish, so.
They want to be in the pink.
Easy, JJ.
Yeah, I agree with this. I think this is, I think this is smart, and that whole Whistleville idea is, it's really a great initiative. And I know intimately people involved in protecting Whistleville with historic district designation, et cetera. So, and I think this is certainly a walkable TOD area, so.
Is there any objection?
No.
And then we just need to go back to that one item. Brian, did you have that?
That's for the,
Yes. Gotta just find that one. Then we're done.
Not quite.
is that a memo? In text within the reg.
That was like 26.
Brian, Steve, while you guys are scrolling for that, some folks at the public hearing mentioned like the view corridor on East Ave. I remember, like, is there anything of concern there? It's already sort of as is. We have the Mill Hill carve out, like, we didn't do anything more to that, right? At this point?
I
don't think so.
Okay.
No,
Did they-
we had the two corridors, the
together, yeah,
Waiting
we
corridor
together
and,
that
and,
language.
and the East Avenue.
We have the Mill Hill one, right?
Yeah, we had the Mill Hill one, and then we had the Rowan Avenue Village
Right.
districts.
And did that include the Hammond Triangle?
I don't believe so.
Can you put that in?
The committee, yeah, I think so as part of with the Rowan Avenue Village District in the public view corridor, there's, it is a kind of like I think it's at the corner of, is it where
Wilson Avenue.
Wilson and meets Rowan, and there's a parcel where there's a cannon, it's a little,
Right.
public space,
Civil
and they
War
would like that to be included as, how we designated Pinckney Park as being kind of where the view corridor, takes place, they would like the Cannon property to also be included.
Mhm.
I agree with
That's
that.
fine. But I thought that was a Spanish-American war cannon.
I'm pretty sure it's Civil War.
Really?
Yeah, and then it has the plaques for World War I, World War II, veterans that died. And maybe other plaques.
No, we have the French World War I cannon on the green. That was- How that ended up here, I have no idea.
Right.
That's pretty cool.
All right, where's the one, is this the one we're going back to, Steve?
Yeah, I actually I reread it and it makes more sense now.
Okay,
It's number 28. They were talking about the idea that within the marine commercial zone, because of the nature of some of those businesses there, that the building typology might conflict with the businesses. Staff doesn't necessarily agree with that decision, except that when buildings front the street or front the water, then you want them to look a certain way,
Right.
aesthetically a little more pleasing. But anything internal to the site operations, we're not as concerned about the building typology and concerned about what the first floor looks like or what, what the aesthetics are, because it's a building and they're doing big boat repair and things like that.
right,
So I think the other one.
okay. Is there any objection to the revised language?
Is there anything revised here?
Oh, what are we looking at this number 4?
Yes,
Jason Little?
Yes.
One?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I think we had one more memo from the Gardellas, which I can share. just to
Yeah,
make sure.
that I think we had sent out to you, but I think we forgot to put it in the table. It was the initial Gardella memo that we agreed with a lot. Proposals on.
So this is the one, so marine commercial zone, they requested that outdoor dining be permitted with limitations, which staff agreed with.
Yes, well, I'm just one person.
I think we went through this, but I don't think we put it in. the
Speak for
table, so
many.
right. I think
Speaking
that's right.
Okay.
Does that justify to the Gardellas? Thank you.
No, it would be the marine commercial zone. So if you had like a waterfront club or a restaurant, you could.
They already,
Have outdoor
yeah, they've put in a restaurant
And does-
of sorts in their marine yard.
Right,
It's not very good and it's not very much.
Oh, it is very good.
but what about the noise?
We're gonna have that wrestling match later.
Not somebody, like one of those restaurants wanted to have outdoor music, do they have an end time if it's like,
So
for
they'd be,
example, in Village Creek across the way?
so they'd be
they have music?
subject to the noise ordinance. So
Right.
when the noise ordinance says.
They have to come to us for live music.
Right.
We changed that. So in the proposed regs,
So I
so
think,
the problem with the noise.
I think we've already opined on this one.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's just trying to-
But then I'll just answer.
Yeah, sorry.
So with live music, what happens now is they come to you and they say, hey, we'd like to do live music. Here's a noise
Right.
report saying we're complying with the noise ordinance. We switched that to just be an administrative approval. So they'd come in with a noise report saying it complies with the noise ordinance. Can I have my permit? And we say, yes. And so it kind of saves everybody some time and get the same result.
Just so we're clear, because I think it was my omission to put what Brian was just showing with the Gardella response memo that was sent out previously,
Right.
from the commissioner's
We saw
agreement with those changes.
Yes,
We'll put them into the table, but I just wanted to make sure
okay,
for the record that,
that's fine. Is that it?
yes, unless you have other stuff that,
Can we just look at what the final solar general requirement is?
Conservation.
I know we circled around, I just wanna make sure we landed,
probably in Article 6.
if it's 5,020.
I don't think we're gonna put it back to the conservation commission. Just to make sure.
You check that, I'll check.
Okay.
You check that, I'll check.
They came up.
If you look at that number.
So if I'm sharing the right thing, this was the edit recommended by the Conservation Commission for solar requirement on new construction.
Gotcha, so it's the 5,000.
This is conservation.
I believe this was agreed to.
Is that what you wanted?
Yeah.
To that.
Yeah, we agree. Okay, I just want to make sure. there's
Okay.
no Standing there.
We have some resolutions.
We do, and I apologize because I was gonna send it out, but I'm like, there's no way they're taking action tonight, so I didn't send it out.
You're forgiven. We can read it now.
Yeah, so it's 6 pages, but there's
Fine.
only, I think, only 2 pages of actual stuff you have to look at.
Mhm.
And then the rest of it is, we have to, the back end of it is, supportive documentation within the citywide plan. And what's very interesting about this, because we always say that, you know, regulation amendments consistent with the citywide plan, and we cite all the sections. There was by far the almost every section of the citywide plan had something to do with the zoning regulation rewrite, like
Okay.
rewrite the regulations, fix this, fix that. So we were trying to be thorough.
So have you incorporated all of this into a single resolution or
We
the
have,
two?
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna bring that up for your.
And besides bringing it up, can you email it to us right now? Because I have a much harder time reading on your little screen than I do on my own computer. Would it be too much to ask to email it to us, please?
Nope, that's not a problem.
Thank you.
Let's see, I can send
Let me
it.
just get the right one. Yeah,
I don't know, like another minute, but.
Oh, that's no
I like to
problem.
Be able to read.
No,
what we're
that's
doing.
fine.
Do you want to take a 5-minute break while we do this? Is that-
Yes.
Sure. Sounds good. Okay, we are reconvened. Steve, would you put up that resolution, please? For anyone who has their own computer, Steve has sent us all copies of this resolution.
How's the text on your screen? You want me to blow it up at all?
No, actually, that's not too bad.
If anybody wants to read it on a laptop, I'm willing to share mine.
Yeah.
can pinch it out.
Go stand in front of the mall.
Right.
So to kind of pick up, just to kind of summarize things a little bit with this, and nothing complicated here. As I was talking about the citywide plan, really, I would say this is probably the principal recommendation that came out of that plan. First and foremost was your zoning regulations are a mess. You really need to fix them. So that's why I started the resolution with that language to kind of underscore that and set the table for what occurred after that, which was, you know, the city hired a consultant to, you know, begin the process. The consultant did their work. Draft recommendations came out in terms of the zoning code and the zoning map. We went through a pretty significant public hearing process, public outreach process over the course of, you know, 8-month period. We had public hearings, I don't know, 2 to 3 months, 2.5 months after the draft regulations and draft maps were released. We got a lot of feedback on that. Significant adjustments were made after that point, to the point where the commission in the late fall decided it was time to have the actual public hearings with an eye towards adoption, with an eye towards where we sit tonight. So that's kind of how this lays out. You know, we referenced that we referred the document out as required to all the agencies the city is required to send out to. Being a coastal community, we have Connecticut Deep to think about. We also have the Harbor Management Commission. We responded to comments from all the communities, or I should say agencies that submitted comments and questions to us. We responded to all the comments received from the public. Doesn't mean that we took action on those comments, but we listened to those, considered them, made changes where appropriate, which kind of is what you guys did tonight. I might need to adjust this line here. It looks like I'm going to change this to the 13th.
As well as the prior.
Yeah. Nick, you're getting your wish, buddy.
Steve, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Did the, people like Westcog and the surrounding towns and, Deep receive any of this notification prior to October 31st?
Yes, in terms of, I think, Brian, if you remember, Deep definitely did, because we had conversations with them throughout this process, because they knew there's one individual who kind of has our liaison in this part of the state, so they knew we were going through the zoning regs rewrite, and we had conversations throughout. Their main focus and crux of conversation came about as part of the waterfront study. We had significant conversations with them, which is one of the reasons we pulled back a lot of the commercial zoning at that time.
Right, and they were notified for the industrial zone too, right? The
Exactly.
Waterfront. So they had, in essence, more time than just since 31st to opine or think about our.
And plus their jurisdiction is, you know, they're not looking at the entirety of the regs. They're looking at what is applicable to them. So Deep is looking at the coastal area management zone, and Harbor looks at the properties that abut Harbor. Westcog, they kind of look at it from the other town's perspective and their own plan of conservation development. So they kind of have their own, they're not looking at.
Okay.
Steve, with all due respect. to
Scroll it up.
Yeah, and with all due respect to Harbor Management.
Wrong way, sorry.
Wrong direction.
I
With
guess
all
I
due
meant
respect to
scroll
the Harbor
down.
Management Commission, we went and talked to them in June about this, so this is not a new thing. They chose to just put it on their agenda to discuss after we referred it at the last minute. So any point in time, we could have gone back and talked to them and would have gone back and talked to them. And I take exception to the fact that they need to wait to hear from Deep before they can make a comment, because if they feel they need to wait to Deep to comment, then why are they making a decision anyway? Because they're just gonna bear what Deep said. I don't think that serves the city at all. I think that kind of does a disservice to the city. Personally.
Can we skip all the way down to the bottom?
Certainly. And then this is just,
Yeah, these are,
this is just all the sections, and we can take as much time as you want to read through this to verify, read through, question, but it's basically sections within the citywide plan that reference the zoning rewrite and the need to revise the regulations. It goes through pretty much every section of the plan. I mean, there might have been one with Norwalk's Public Schools, which really didn't touch on that, but almost every one of the chapters of the regulations has something related to an aspect of the regulations worth rewriting or reconsidering. So, I mean, I don't want to push you at all time-wise, but so you can go through and take as much time you want to read through these or not. And then if you tell me when you're ready.
want to move it down further? Thank you. We keep going? Let's move down further. It's not moving.
Yeah, you,
No, something just popped up on my there. Yeah.
Oops.
Remember me. I got kicked out of Zoom. You're trying to tell me something.
Well, I've got it on my phone. I can read it from there.
Ryan, I'll pull it.
give me this.
We're both sharing a power cord.
I don't know what sort of energy source.
The rewrite's ending tonight one way or the other.
Did we lose the public?
I think we lost.
Send it to printers.
Ask Attorney Barnes what happens if the Zoom goes down. He's not live.
I'll try to get back in this. Article 6.
Mike, I can personally advocate that you took care of that one.
I'm sorry. Oh, oh, yes.
Oh, there's a typo there. I'm not sure how that happened. On chapter 9, goal 3, or action 2, it says Sue's.
Yeah.
It should be uses.
And I have a motion to approve the resolution.
I move the
Yeah,
resolution.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I'm sorry, for the record, Mark Branch, before we go there, 2 items. First of all, for the page we're on right now, the effective date cannot be prior to a publication of the legal notice. But you can publish a legal notice in a week. Just remember that any application received, if you use February 19th, any application received prior to that will be under the current regulations.
we understand that.
Okay, you were talking earlier about, for example, vape shops and having a rush of applications. If there's anything in here that you think might spark that, the earlier your effective date is, the better, so that you don't get that. The other thing is up at the very beginning where it says the following modifications. I think what you can do there is you have that sheet you were going through item by item.
Yes,
That can be subject to the following modifications, instead of following the modifications set forth on Exhibit A. And Exhibit A can be that table that you went through, assuming that it was updated as you went through it. I don't know, Brian or Steve, was that table updated? Can we use that?
Yeah, so we were keeping track of, commission said confirmed, or yeah, which option that they were going with, so.
Perfect. So you can just use that as an Exhibit A and use that table, and then you're all set.
Okay, we could also, I don't know whichever one you think is better, is just take those out of the table and list them too in here. That
Whatever, yeah, sure. Whatever, if I was trying to keep it simple for you, I figured, I knew you were updating that thing as we went through it. So I thought you could just attach it. But if sure, you can cut and paste it as well.
okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, back to my question. Is there a motion to approve?
I made the motion to approve, but maybe we should move the,
Do you want to discuss the
Yeah.
effective date? Oh, sorry.
Is
there a
correct me if
reason
I'm
that-
wrong, Steve, but in terms of the steps you need to go through, it seemed to me that that was the earliest date available.
yeah, initial, well, so just to give you a little sense of things, we have to take these edits that you've all agreed to tonight, put them back into the different articles of the draft, plus the ones you've already discussed a couple months ago. So the consultants seen those already, so they have a sense of how long it's gonna take. Brian and I think we can get this done next week at the latest, get those back in. Send them to the consultants, probably gonna take them about 3 weeks to put those edits in, reformat it, check everything. I wanna have just enough time to correct everything, because the last time they sent me something back, there were a few errors. I don't want to publish any errors if I can avoid it. So that's why I put the 19th, just to give us a little leeway.
Right.
You know, the only thing I think you'll see as a result of this would be some additional 2-lot subdivisions that might come in based on the elimination of the rear lots. That's about the only thing you'll see as a rush. I think by and large, there's been people waiting on the sidelines for applications for the new regulations to come in, so I don't think it's gonna be a big workload shift one way or the other.
And I withdraw the question.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a second to the motion. Discussion?
Let's share.
Let's do it. Any discussion? There's been enough discussion.
Yeah, we've already discussed.
Okay, no, that's fine. Then,
Well, I would like to thank staff for all their hard work, their patience, and for listening to the public and responding, for example, by reducing the upzoning, which created a huge public outcry, and on other issues as well. I thought the staff through all this was very transparent and professional, and I want to thank you for that. It was a difficult process, but I think it's you two who are present, but then the rest of the staff and all the other commissions. I won't list them, but everyone who worked so hard on this. This is really the culmination of, is it a year?
2 years.
2 years. Oh, gosh.
It started during COVID, if you can believe.
all right,
All right. Well, so I think I speak for the commission, but I just want to extend our appreciation for this difficult task. And this is pretty exciting, actually, to see it.
I want to say before you, I want to thank you guys again, because this has been probably more than you signed up for. I mean, every Wednesday, it's been a lot, so I thank you and your families for allowing this to happen.
And thank you, Lou, for guiding us through this.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wanted to tell Lou, you're the one who said you wanted to be chairman another year to see it through. I'm glad you did.
you think we can do this with a show of hands? No. Let's do a roll call.
Certainly. I'm going to do Mr. Williams first before we forget him. So
Okay, and again, what we're voting on is the resolution to approve the new planning and zoning regulations and the new map.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Cantor,
And on the heels of the COP28 and, the climate summit that just happened, I'm really glad we're taking the steps in Norwalk to do what we can regarding sustainability and reducing our carbon footprint. So thank you all for that. And I vote yes.
Ms. Wells,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena,
Yes.
Ms. Jordan Byron,
Yes.
Mr. Chapin,
Yes.
Ms. Lingallis,
Yes.
Mr. Mushak,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
Thank you for the unanimous vote.
And I want to say a special thank you to Mike Scheck. Thank you so much. We're going to miss you from the commission.
I'm gonna miss you, Mike.
Yeah, you'll still see me. I'll just be sitting out there. And I realize I have to be quiet until I come up to the microphone.
We can always mute the microphone.
It's been 15 years and I said this earlier, I think, in December, in October, but I think every one of us here has a passion to make Norwalk a better place to live, work, and play. And, a safer and and more beautiful and more equitable city. And I know that you all feel that way. I can say that sincerely and honestly, and I know staff and the commission members all have that passion, which has been a pleasure to serve with you all. So, yeah, I'll miss you, but on the other hand, I'm gonna enjoy my Wednesday night. You'll see me around town for sure.
Good.
Thank you.
And so we do have one more item.
Yes.
And then I also just wanted to say thank you to Diana, who does our minutes, who sat in.
Oh,
Thank you.
and our attorney.
Yes.
Right.
you.
Now that the vote has happened, can I speak again?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I apologize for going off mute briefly. I tried to explain to my husband that I was still in a meeting. I don't know what happened. But yeah, I just want to say, I know I've only been here for part of the rewrite process, but it was really impressive to see all the work that the staff did and all of the amazing comments and letters that the public submitted, and the responsiveness from the staff and the thoughtfulness from the public and just the engagement and the dialogue. I really appreciated. And one thing that I liked about this rewrite process was that, you know, when normally people want to request zoning changes, they have to pay a fee, right?
Yeah, pretty substantial.
Yeah. And a lot of times it's like a lawyer that has to write the thing, and you have to pay $5,000 or $10,000 to the lawyer. We know who the lawyers are. And this allowed to a certain degree a little more of an open moment to say, hey, this isn't working for me. Can we change this? Which I think is really valuable. At the same time, I think there are people that are still left out of that process who found out about this a little bit too late or aren't used to this type of city government engagement, and don't have access to those lawyers. So if there's a way to look at being more inclusive to requests for zoning changes or regulation changes in the future, I think I would be supportive of that. And I look forward to further discussions of residential parking permits and daycares in Norwalk.
Thank you,
for
Anna.
letting me speak.
Brian, we do have one other item, and I believe that's the calendar.
Yeah, so we should have done this a while ago, so my apologies, but we do have our 2024 calendar, which we need to approve before we have 2024 meetings. So if anyone's gotten the chance to take a look and just flag any, I checked for holidays, major holidays, including major Jewish holidays. So I did take note of those. So I think I got everything so that we're not meeting on any of those holidays. And
I think you need more meetings, actually. You know, I really do.
Obviously, the capital budget's coming up, so.
Let's end on a good note.
yeah, we'll talk
Right.
about that next year.
Well, our meetings continue.
You require formal action on this, Brian?
Yes, please.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the
I'll make a motion.
calendar?
I move or I'll second.
Thank you. And we have a second from Darius. Yeah, show of hands. All those in favor? Okay, looks unanimous.
Thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, I just want to add my voice, and I said something in the beginning, but thanking the staff. I've probably worked more closely with them than anyone else on the commission throughout this process. And it's been a real pleasure to work with all of the staff. I mean, it's been an enormous undertaking on their part. We think we worked hard on this. Nothing compared to the amount of paper they got out, the amount of writing that they accomplished over very short periods of time. It really, you should know that we all appreciate that. And then finally, just want to add my voice to the thanks to Mike for his participation on the commission for all of these years. And I hope at some point you'll re-engage with city government. If it's not with planning and zoning, then with one of the other commissions in the city.
I'm thinking about it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, finally, motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, JJ has moved and we have a second.
Oh, 1 second.
Show of hands, all in favor?
So there will be
Um,
no meeting tomorrow night.
there will be no meeting tomorrow night.
Parties all night.
January 3rd.
Yep, January 3rd.
3 weeks.
That's right.
What are you gonna do with yourself?
It's like a real vacation.
Party like it's 1999. Yes.
Yeah.
Good night, happy holidays.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you.
Happy